Well, it's a happy hour Thursday. No Friday show tomorrow, so we're having a little fun on the Thursday before the 4th of July. This is the Sports Bash Live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Happy to be with you on a Thursday. Phils get the second game of the double disco last night. Max Kepler, Brandon Marsh. Who needs better lefties in the lineup than those two guys? 1-1 in any other way, right? The lefty brigade last night gave the Phils the win, but it was another lefty that stood out to me, Christopher Sanchez. We'll get into it. It is a Stump the Sports Geek Thursday. Since we were out on location yesterday, we moved the Stump the Sports Geek to Thursday today. We will give you today's category coming up in just a little while. No football tomorrow, so the Friday 5 is on a Thursday. My 5 favorite NFL games in Week 9, that's coming up this hour. We'll reveal them on the Sports Bash. We got a lot going on. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on a Thursday. Bob Wankel joins me at 3 o'clock. We'll talk a little Phils as they have the day off today. And, you get that day after the doubleheader, and then you get the day off. So you get 2 games yesterday, nothing today. It's a little confusing or a little annoying a little bit. We were talking about this earlier. When the Phillies play the day game, you're kind of excited about it in the moment, and then when it's over, and then at night, you're like, I got nothing to do. That was kind of tonight you got nothing, but yesterday you got the doubleheader. You got the first game, and by the way, thanks to everybody who stopped out at Yuri's in Wildwood yesterday. We're going to be there next Wednesday as well with the Phillies playing a day game next week. Every Wednesday day game in the month of July and August, we will be at Yuri's. We had a good crowd of people that came out, said hello, and got their picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy yesterday. We'll have that with us on Wednesdays. The next Wednesday we will be there. We'll be on the 9th. And then 2 weeks off, we'll be back there on the 30th. And then we have 2 dates in August that will be there. So if you didn't get down there yesterday and you want to get down to watch the Phillies with us or get your picture taken with the Lombardi, go to our website, 973ESPN.com, and you can see all the dates that we will be there. Our first one was yesterday, and I thought we had a really good time. We had the Phillies game. They ended right around 4 o'clock, so we had a chance to kind of hang out and check the place out. Awesome place. If you've never been to Yuri's, obviously it's been there since the 50s. You're missing out. It's a great spot. They've really done a great job with that place. But I want to get into the game yesterday because game one, Phils, you can't walk people, okay? You can't walk people at that rate and hope to win a Major League Baseball game. 7 walks in the first 3 innings in game one, and it ends up being the downfall. So it really sparks a lot of Mick Abel conversation, what to do with him. I think Abel, this is the way I see it anyway. The Phillies in the first half, up to the All-Star break. Abel is scheduled to pitch one more time on July the 8th against the San Francisco Giants. I would imagine Abel makes that start. Then they have one other opening day, which I would imagine on the 13th of July, that final Sunday, it's supposed to be Sanchez. We'll see if Sanchez makes that start or not. Right now, they have not announced a starter for that far in advance, but it would be Sanchez's turn. So you could possibly see one more Mick Abel start. And then the big question will be, when they start the second half of the season, on Friday, July 18th, against the Anaheim Angels, who gets that start? And then what do the Phillies do to reset their rotation the rest of the way? And who's in it? Because right now, if you look at the rotation on how it's set up, over the course of the year, the rotation kind of takes some twists and turns. It started out as Wheeler getting that first start. Who pitched the second game of the year? Was it Nola in game 2 way back in March? Who pitched game 2? Luzardo, actually, was the guy who pitched the second game there. So you had Luzardo pitch game 2. All right. So Luzardo pitched Game 2. Mike Rubel, what's up? I love how he came in acting like he was trying to be quiet, and then I just blew his game up. Our boss walked in, which doesn't happen very often. What is that, mail for me or you?
That's probably you.
Should we do like an unboxing, like a John Gruden thing here? Or is it for somebody else?
It's for Mike Gill.
Okay. Should we do a live unboxing? Let's see what this is. What could this be? I don't know what this is, so I probably won't open it live on the air. It could be like something that is important. I don't know. Anyway, I'm looking at it like, I don't know who this person is. Never mind. I thought it was like a book or something.
I was hoping it was one of your shirts that you got. Like you got a new shirt or like a pullover. Or
I should have one coming in here soon.
I was kind of hoping
I just did order something that should be coming in here soon.
I mean, you got that beautiful one given to you yesterday. I mean, that thing's amazing. The Masters?
Oh, that was awesome. Yeah, that was Russ and Jackie stopped by the show yesterday down there at Yuri's. That was awesome. They came. Do
you actually wear it, or do you keep it in the plastic?
I actually tried it on last night to make sure that it was all kosher.
Nice.
Looked good. I liked it. Thanks to those two and good friends of the show. They stop out to a lot of the events. So they started the season with Wheeler
and Luzardo.
Then Luzardo, who pitched Game 3. Was it Nola?
Nola pitched Game 3.
Okay. So when they reset the rotation coming out of the break, how do they set that up and who's in it? Because Abel's start yesterday, I think he'll get one more start.
Right.
And then you have the opportunity to make your move. Right? You have the opportunity to make your move. So when you come out of the All-Star break, you could potentially go Wheeler. Then the question is, who goes next? Because right now, the way it's set up for the rest of the season for the first half, you have Wheeler, Sanchez, Abel, Luzardo, Suarez.
Right.
So Wheeler, Sanchez, you could do that. So it looks like they got right, left, then left. So the question is when they come out of the break, now mind you, they still have 3 series left. They play Cincinnati starting tomorrow, July 4th, 5th, and 6th. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, out in San Diego. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, out in, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, out in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, out in San Diego. They could go Wheeler, Sanchez. The question would be, though, do they want to stack 3 lefties back to back to back? Do you go Wheeler, Sanchez, Suarez, somebody, Luzardo?
Maybe.
And that somebody could be Andrew Painter. So there's a possibility. I would make the prediction that if you looked at what Andrew Painter's debut could be, I think the first possibility would be 1, 2, 3, 4, Tuesday night, July 22nd, at home against the Red Sox. Let's put that down on pen to paper. I think that might be Andrew Painter's big league debut at Citizens Bank Park Tuesday night. I think it might be either the Monday, the Tuesday, or the Wednesday. Somewhere in that Red Sox series, I think is when you're going to get the first Andrew Painter start. I think we'll see one more Mick Abel start against San Francisco. He's scheduled to throw that game.
Right.
And I think that will be his game. And then he probably gets either traded or replaced by Painter.
So 2 quick questions here for you off of that. Number 1, are you bringing Andrew Painter up at that date? Was it the 22nd you said versus the Red Sox?
The 22nd is the 4th spot in the rotation. Right. So it would be Wheeler on the 18th against L.A. Sanchez, now this is not announced yet. Now, this is my guess.
This is your projection.
Wheeler on the 18th. Sanchez on the 19th.
Right.
Suarez on the 20th.
Yes. Luzardo.
Oh, no. So Painter would start the Monday night game against Boston.
Or do you play Luzardo there and then push Painter back to
No,
Tuesday?
because I don't think they're going to go three lefties in a row.
Okay.
I think and that's the problem. You got the three lefties in a row. I don't think you go three lefties in a row.
All right, so really quick off of that. So my question was,
I'm not even sure you go back-to-back lefties, but since one of them, no, they would both be in the LA series.
Yeah. So my question is, for that Red Sox game, if Mick Abel had not struggled in the most recent start, would we not be looking at Painter to come up at that date?
Fair question. I'm going to say this. They said July-ish.
Yes, they did.
It's now July. It's after the All-Star break. They're shutting him down to not pitch in the Futures game.
Correct.
That kind of would say to me, they don't want to pitch it in the Futures game. They want him to be ready to go for that first start that he's coming out of the box, July 20th or 21st or 22nd, 23rd, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That would be my intuition.
So that's my first question. So you're looking at it as it's less about Abel and more about the timing.
Well, I think Abel, look, this isn't like Abel stinks. I'm not sitting here saying that. I just don't think he's ready.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just don't. We talked about it yesterday with Nick Pivetta. Sometimes you're just not ready. That doesn't mean you're not good. Pivetta's turned into a really good pitcher. Pretty good pitcher. I don't say really good. He's pretty good.
Well, he's top 10 in the National League in strikeouts per 9 innings.
There you go.
Pretty
So
good.
he's turned himself into a pretty good pitcher. I just don't think Mick Abel's ready right now. I just don't think he's ready to pitch in a pennant race on a team that is trying to win a World Series. I just don't think he's polished enough. I just don't think he's ready enough. Now, you might say, is Andrew Painter? Maybe not.
Well, that was my next question, which is Andrew Painter, not exactly lighting it up in the minor leagues. He's been very good, but he's not been like, oh my gosh, this guy, you have to bring him up immediately kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. He's not so dominating where his ERA is like, 110, and you're like, all right, they got to call this guy up. He hasn't been that.
Like
but
when Paul Skeens was in the minor leagues for the Pirates, it was like that guy was so far ahead of everybody. You were like, this guy can't pitch in the minors anymore. He's just destroying everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he was really good. Andrew Painter right now, for those of you who are wondering about what Andrew Painter is doing, let's take a look at Painter because, he's kind of it's been a little quiet on the Painter front, really.
Yes.
In Triple-A Lehigh right now, which is where he is, he has pitched in 9 games. In those 9 games, 4.24 ERA, 1.41 WHIP. These are not great numbers.
No, and that's why I'm saying, should you bring him up?
45 strikeouts, 40 innings. Well, this goes on to what I say often. We got a guy who text messages all the time and throws AAA numbers at me. And I say, I take AAA numbers. I don't put a lot of stock in them. I kind of take them with a grain of salt. And most of these organizations do as well. Mm-hmm. They're not going to look at Andrew Painter's AAA numbers and say, you know what, we don't think he's ready or he's very good. If his ERA's in the 4.5s, he doesn't deserve to be called up. Like a 4.50 ERA is not something that would get you called up.
Correct.
But they know he's got the stuff. So I got this text yesterday. See, I was on the road yesterday, so I don't get the text messages as fluidly when I'm out on location, but I saw this one today. It says, you're not getting called up with terrible AAA numbers. Their numbers aren't. Painter's numbers aren't terrible. And by the way, that's a total falsehood. There are plenty of guys who get called up with bad AAA numbers.
That's true.
Seth Johnson comes to mind. His numbers aren't great. They call him up. Some of these guys get called up to fill the 26th spot on the roster, or they need a bullpen arm for the day.
Correct.
That being said, I think he's referring to this.
Right.
Painter's numbers are not great at AAA, but they're not dumb. They know he can pitch. So they're not going to say, well, look at he's got a 4.24 ERA and a 1.43 whip.
No,
can't call him up.
No, but maybe it doesn't do that, but it does it maybe, hey, you're Dave Dombrowski, you're Preston Mattingly, you're the Phillies pitching coach, Cotman, right? Like you get everybody in the same room and you're like, all right, here's what Painter's doing. Let's talk about where we project him to come up. And then, maybe Preston Mattingly's like the analytics guy. He says, well, the whip is this. Are we concerned about the analytics, what they say about him? And then does Dave Dombrowski turn to Cotman, the pitching coach, and say, you look at the tape, do you think that these stats reflect what you see on the tape? Like,
I would guarantee you this. If the Phillies asked Caleb Cotham if he wants Andrew Painter up here, the word yes couldn't get out of his mouth fast enough.
But see, you say that, but yet, are we really sure that he's ready?
Are we really sure that he's ready? The answer to that would be we're not sure, but we also know that he's probably more talented and more
capable
or higher ceiling than the other options right now, which would be Mick Abel, Taijuan Walker, or somebody else. Now, the question would be when Aaron Nola comes back, then what happens? That's a road that they're going to have to figure out. We'll talk to Bob Wankel about that. But right now, Andrew Painter's numbers at Lehigh Valley would not suggest this guy's ready to come up and pitch.
Right. You're calling him up based off of his potential.
You're calling him up based on, number one, his potential, but number two, his stuff. You can watch his stuff and say, this guy's got big league stuff.
Right.
For whatever reason, it's not playing very well right now. And I think one of the reasons is the lack of command. He's got a little bit. He's averaging 4 walks per 9, which is kind of not normal for him. If you go back and look at all his other stops along the way, in Double-A, his walks per 9 were 0.6. At A-ball, his walks per 9 were 1.7. So he's not been a guy who's had command issues. I think a little bit of his command issues are stemming from the fact that he hasn't pitched in a while, so he's just kind of getting the feel of his pitches back. But
can I just jump in real quick? Because we've heard multiple people say he's been working on a slider. So are some of those walks because he's working on a new pitch?
Could be. I think his command is like normal. When you come back from Tommy John surgery, especially for him, he didn't pitch in almost 2 full seasons. You're seeing this with like Sandy Alcantara. He's coming back right now, and he's really struggled for the Marlins. But we know Sandy's been a really good pitcher. He won a Cy Young, but he's coming back from Tommy John surgery. So his command has been off. Similar right now with Andrew Painter. I think Painter is not the best version of himself, but the Phillies know that. So they're looking at his numbers, the Phillies, and they're not saying we're scared off by these numbers.
Gotcha.
Right? They're not looking at his numbers and saying 4.24 ERA, 141 whip. Now the 141 whip is very uncharacteristic. His whip in the minor leagues
overall
across all levels is 1.006. In the minor leagues, it's 1.017. Now, you would look at that and say, this command thing is a little bit uncharacteristic of him. At Double-A, his whip was 0.95. At Single-A, it was 0.8. At Low-A, it was 0.8. And at Rookie Ball, it was 0.6. This guy doesn't put a runner on base at all.
Right.
Now he's up here and it's 1.4. Now you might say, well, he's up to the highest level. I think this is more to do with him coming back from the injury than it is he's not ready to go or he's not good enough. But to go to that text message from yesterday that I saw today as I was kind of getting ready for the show, saying you're not going to get called up with bad numbers. Well, sometimes you do.
So my next question on top of all this, let's go back to Abel for a minute.
Mick Abel.
So after he starts against the Giants, let's say they call up Painter. Are you sending him back down to the minors?
Abel?
Yes.
Yes.
With the idea that you might trade him, or
right, he could be a guy you try to trade
because he arguably is one of your best trade assets right now.
Yeah, you're hoping
he's a young pitcher, 1st-round draft pick. He's had some flashes of greatness at the major league level, right? He's shown you some stuff, so maybe you can convince the team to be like, "Hey, this guy's got potential."
Yeah, listen, I think you put him back in the minors and hope he gets a couple starts before the trade deadline and maybe show some, dominance again. You say, okay, he's back. It's kind of settled back in. I don't know what his trade value is. I really don't. I don't know what to make of his trade value because he was a number 1 overall, not number 1 overall.
Pick.
He was a 1st-round pick.
I think he was 15th overall, something like that.
So he was a 1st-round pick, and he did have a little bit of flash at the big league level early that I think maybe helped him gain a little bit of.
By the way, he only has 3 starts. Yesterday and 2 others where he has given up 3 or more earned runs at the big league level. So the majority of his big league starts, he's only given up 1 run or less. So he has shown you that there is something there.
I think so, and I think that other teams would say, now he's 23 years old, so he's controllable, he's young, first-round pick. He's got a lot going for him. What he doesn't have going for him is his minor league numbers are not great.
Right. He had those 2 years where he was absolutely horrible.
Last year, he was horrendous in the minor leagues. I mean, to the point as we talked about yesterday, I don't know that the Phillies thought he was tradable at all based on last year's numbers, which were he was 3-12, which is inconsequential to the most part. Your win-loss record is not something that people look at much anymore, but he was 3-12 with a 6.46 ERA and a 1.81 whip.
Horrible.
Those numbers are horrible. He averaged 6.5 walks per 9 innings. That's untradeable. So this year at AAA, much better. 6-2, 2.21 ERA, 1.22 whip. The walks per 9, 4.1. That number's still a little bit too high. By the way, his walks per 9 at the big league level are actually the lowest they've ever been at any level right now. So he is 2-2 right now at the big league level with a 5.04 ERA and a 136 whip. Those are some of his best numbers that he's ever had. So Abel, to me, is a very hard guy to kind of put your finger on and figure out what he is. But, again, my prediction would be this. Abel makes one more start, All-Star break. Out of the All-Star break, they reset their rotation, and Painter makes Abel's next start.
So then my final Abel question is, let's say they don't trade him at the deadline. Let's say they're able to make some moves and they decide not, or they're unable to move him or whatever happens. Do you have a conversation then to be like, can Mick Abel be another guy in the bullpen for us down the stretch?
I don't think his stuff profiles right now. Not consistent enough of a strike thrower. You got to be a guy that can throw strikes for one inning. You can't walk multiple guys in an inning.
Right.
Now, there's a lot of guys who have electric stuff that are erratic that pitch in the bullpen. I get that. But they're generally guys who are relief pitchers, not converted starters. Now, is he a better option
than Joe Ross or Taijuan Walker?
than what they have? I guess that's a conversation. It's a conversation, no question about it. I think they got to figure out. I watched him yesterday with and I can't stand walks. I just can't tolerate walks. So that's one thing. But I wonder if the Phillies watched that start yesterday and said, we can't trust this guy.
Or do they watch that start yesterday and say he didn't pitch for 11 days?
Possible.
Because remember, he was supposed to start. Then there was that crazy rain delay in Atlanta, and they just said, we're just going to skip your start now. Like,
Sports
that was
Bash
weird.
live on a Thursday. Get involved. Be a part of the show. 609-403-0973. All right, we got a busy show today. Friday 5, we're going to do it on a Thursday. My 5 favorite NFL games for Week 9. Bob Wankel's going to talk some Phils. Stump the Sports Geek. We got good tickets today, fun tickets for today to give away for today's Stump the Sports Geek. We'll give you the details on that. Coming up, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day is a poll question today at 973 ESPN. If you were listening to Unsportsmanlike this morning, you heard them discuss the Irish goodbye. Is the Irish goodbye acceptable? Let us know. Vote at 973 ESPN. It's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We'll talk about that in the 3 o'clock hour. Votes are coming in on this, by the way. 53-46 is the tally. 53%, 46%. Vote at 973 ESPN. Is it acceptable? Let us know. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. 2:30 Sports Bash. It's a Thursday edition. We're off tomorrow for the 4th of July. We'll have a doubleheader baseball extravaganza for you. Subway Series, Mets and Yankees. You can listen to that game. 2:30 start time right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Now, I like a Thursday happy hour. You know, you get that extra day to kind of relax. So I got some happy hour Thursday picks for you out there. Happy hour Thursday, Josh. I'm going to share with you. I had what I ranked the highest ranked beer I've ever had on Untapped.
Really?
Yep. Saturday. Yep. You can go on my Instagram at Mike Gill Show and check it out, or go to my Untapped and check it out. It's the highest ranked beer I've ever had.
Interesting.
Yep. I'm a tough grader.
You are a very tough grader.
This was a 4.5.
Wow.
The highest beer I've ever rated. Now, if anybody follows me on Instagram or any of my social medias, you probably saw where I was and where I got this beer.
All right.
I invite you to go to my social medias. On Instagram, I do have a picture of the beer and where I was, and you can go find out for yourself. But if you want to wait around to the radio portion of the show, I'll tell you in a little bit. Are you intrigued?
I am intrigued.
Now, I had another beer that you brought me.
Yes.
It was right up there with this beer.
So that
I
one
like
I brought
this
you was
one.
close.
That one was very good. Very good. I think I gave it a 4.25. To get to 4.5 means, I'm going out of my way to go. I actually bought 2 Sixers and brought it home with me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were like, I need more.
Got to have this in my house.
I need this when I want
4.5, I go to the carry out and say, I got to take this home with me. And I've only done that one other time. I think I only have 2. Now, I'm talking about locally here. I might have done a 4.5 someplace not here.
Okay.
I got to check that out. But I'm pretty sure 4.5 on the Untapped app. It goes from 0 to 5.
Again, you for my folks, you are a very tough grader.
Yeah, like if I think you're really good, like I'll go back to the place for it. You're in like the 3.7 range. Like if I go back to your place because I really like that beer, 3.7, 3.5, like okay, I'll go because they have something I like. Anything under 3.5, it's probably like, I tried it. It was okay. Don't need to go back there. 3.5, probably don't need to go back. 4.5, brought it home with me.
There you go.
So I got to find what is the highest rated local beer that I've had.
Right. Delineation, local beer.
Yes. So are you intrigued by this answer?
Oh, I am intrigued for sure. Now, I could probably sit here and guess in 3 chances where you were at. I did not see your post about where you were on Saturday. The last post I saw from you was about you being at Yuri's. So
that was yesterday.
Correct.
I didn't get it yesterday. Although Yuri's had good beer selection. They have a Tonewood Fuego.
You were very happy to see that still there.
Yes, I was. And now I'm looking back at some of my, like this beer from 2015, 2018. I feel like my palate was way different back then.
In a good way
some
or
of my,
a bad way?
Nah, in a bad way. Because I
Like it
feel
was
like
less
some of my
refined?
rankings are, like I'm reading some of the 4.5s I gave, and I'm thinking, there's no way that's a 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah. This one, 4.5. Now, the average number from people who have had this one is over 4. So that's a good sign.
So there's a consistency across the board that everyone thinks is really good.
You know, I actually gave the one you gave me a 4.5. Now, there is no middle ground. It's not like a Dave Portnoy pizza scale where I could say 4.3.
7.78.
Yeah, like there's no it's not like 4.37.
Does the Portnoy's scale drive you nuts?
No, why?
Well, because you always tell me you like 5s and 10s. Portnoy is very anti 5s and 10s. Like he'll do like a 7.78.
Yeah.
It feels like a very anti.
No, but I find
number.
a lot of people get really angry with like the fact that Portnoy does this, which I don't really care one way or the other. But like, you don't have to take his rating as gospel. But what he does is brings a lot of attention to. It's a good attention thing for the business.
See, I love his rating not because I love the number, but because I love how mad it makes people.
Well, I see people like,
they get so angry in the comments.
Yeah, like this guy doesn't know anything about pizza. I don't care if he knows anything about pizza. Like, I'm not looking for him to tell me what's good and what's not. He's giving attention to a place that I might not have known about.
Well,
He gave a really bad rating to Baltimore Grill. I don't put any stock into his rating if you liked it or not. Some people like certain styles of pizza. So the number that he gives is inconsequential to me. It's, okay, that place drew him there for a reason. I might check it out. Now, I've been to many of the places that he has tried. He and I have a similar pizza style, though. So generally, if he likes a pizza,
you're likely to like it.
Generally, have a similar style. I like a very New Haven.
Didn't he go to that Baltimore place that you like? Portnoy?
Baltimore?
Isn't there a place in Baltimore?
No, he went to the places in New Haven.
No, but didn't Portnoy go to a place in Baltimore that you've been to? I thought he did.
There's a place in Baltimore, but I don't think.
I mean, Portnoy's been everywhere at this point.
Yeah, there's a place in Baltimore that I like a lot. I can't even think of the name of it right now. What the heck is the name of the place I go to in Baltimore for pizza? I'll drive out of my way for that pizza.
I know you do. That's
I don't know that he's ever been there.
Gotcha.
Maybe he has. I don't think so, though.
Seems like everywhere, it seems like.
He's been to a lot of places, no question about it. He's been a lot of places in this area, and I don't agree with a lot of his scoring from some of the pizzas here. But that being said, a lot of the pizzas in our area are not his style of pizza.
Right.
Like he would call a lot of the pizzas in our area more of like a football pizza.
Yeah.
Generally, he'll say, "Oh, that's your classic football."
Well, it was like they were arguing about this morning on Sports and about how people in Chicago don't like people talking about deep dish pizza. They prefer tavern pizza in the Chicago area.
All different styles, right. Now, Portnoy's likes the New Haven style, which is pretty much more up my alley. Now, there's other kinds that I like as well, but that would probably be, if I could say, what kind of pizza would I choose, I would go with the New Haven style.
So now, circling it back to the beer, your scoring system, though, it's a little different than what we're talking about with Portnoy. You're not doing a Portnoy score on the beers.
I don't have the option to. The app works in 5s and 0s. It goes from 0 to 2.5 to 5
to 7.5.
Correct.
Yeah. I use the app, I know.
So I don't have the choice of going to this one's a 4.4.
No, but you could, for you, going to a 4 or 5, the point is that you have to be blown away.
Yeah.
Like, if it's very good, you'll go 4, right? If it's very good, you'll be like, yo, this deserves a 4.
Yeah, and I'm disappointed looking back at some of my 4.25s. I mean, 4.5s. I have 9 of them.
And
but I'm looking back at the dates.
Gotcha.
And one was in 2015, one was in 2018, and I'm looking at the style, and it seems that my palate has changed significantly since that time.
Or were you a little bit overserved at that point?
That could be possible. Something got a 4.75.
That feels like it's fake.
Let me see something here. 4.75. Jeez.
I mean, do you almost have to go back to some of these places and retry the beers to give it a correct grade?
Absolutely. 4.75.
Because that happened.
This one was pretty good, actually. 4.75.
That's phenomenal for you.
Yeah, but I think I used to really like the Bell's Two Hearted.
Okay.
This is when this rating's from 2016. I think the Bell's Two Hearted was kind of like one of the first IPAs that I kind of got into, and then it's kind of gotten a little too commercialized, and it's not the same. So probably not. But my most recent ranking, I would say, is the high, and the beer that you brought to me from the Gusto Seed collaboration,
Amenacori,
up there, right there, neck and neck.
Now, really quick, because I've done this before. So have you ever gone somewhere, given it a previous grade, tried it again, and you looked at your score and said, I should have given this a better score?
Or a worse score.
Because I've done that, where I've gone to places, I look at my score, I'm like, that feels too low. I'm going to bump it up.
I've done it where I've said, have I had this one before? And then I've had it, I said, it's not as good as I had the first. Sometimes you have that first time, and you're like, oh, this is really good. And then you're being very liberal with the score because, like, you're there, you're trying to be nice. Like, sometimes you feel bad. And then some of those places, you put when you check in,
yes,
they have the board where your name goes up on the board. You ever been to those places?
I've seen some of those, yeah.
Like, some places have the untapped scroll on their television screen,
yes,
so that when you check the beer in, your name goes up that you checked in. And then you feel like, oh, man, I just gave them kind of a low score, so I maybe bump it up like an extra 0.25. Now, this guy just texted in and said, if you join Untapped Insider, you get more freedom in the ratings. It goes in 0.1 increments.
Yeah, but that feels like it's unnecessary money being spent then.
I don't know what goes into joining the Untapped Insider. Is it like I just have to give you
Probably like a
money,
monthly subscription,
or is it like just an email where I get bombarded with email
feels like
stuff?
It's money. Because have you ever noticed how many ads pop up sometimes? Like when you like submit a rating, it's like they'll like give you like the cards, like congratulations, but then they'll be like an ad for something.
I get lambasted with those. Like, hey, you get all these different check-ins because I have right now 490 check-ins.
I'm definitely not 490. I don't want to mind.
359 beers I have rated in my. You can follow me on Tap, by the way, at MG973. I joined March 18th, 2015. So I must have been in Clearwater.
Yeah, I'm pretty far behind you. I first joined in 2021. I have 104 check-ins with 94 beers.
Okay. And what's your average rating?
3.9.
Ooh, see, mine's 3.6. I'm a little tougher grader than you are.
Yeah.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I got the Friday 5 coming up.
I can say I've never rated anything a 5. So
Me neither. No 5s. Nothing's been the perfect one yet. I'm searching for the eternal perfect beer. Chris from Millville says it's $59 a year for the Untapped. Now, what else do you like? The freedom in the ratings doesn't do much for me.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's.
What else do I get for that $59 is more the question, because freedom in the ratings isn't doing much for me. Like, I don't mind going 3.25 to 3.5. It's more of like a way that I can remember if I'm at this place what I had, or if I had that particular beer, what I thought about it. That's more what it does for me. What else do I get for the $59 is the question.
So I've never scored anything past a 4.5. So apparently 4.5 is my cap.
Gotcha. All right, Friday 5 on the way. Week 9 in the NFL. What are the best 5 games? Plus, Stump the Sports Geek Thursday today. We're going to give you the category next on the Sports Bash and what you're playing for. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 248. I'm Mike Gill. We'll do the Friday 5 NFL Week 9 in just a second. Josh, Stump the Sports Geek Thursday. Are you ready for today's category?
Sure, let's do this. What's the category?
Here's what you guys need to do. Stump the Sports Geek is on a Thursday today.
Cool prize, too.
Prize is tickets to see Joe Conklin over at Wildwood High on Friday, July 11th. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, Phillies sports put to music. I hear the show is amazing. Joe Conklin was out at Uri's yesterday. He stopped in. And if you guys know Joe Conklin, the comedian, doing a lot of local radio, great comedy shows. In fact, when we had the tickets, I announced them yesterday, I immediately had multiple people ask if I could get tickets. Well, I got a 4-pack for today's winner. Okay? Today's category is Phillies trades.
So, Phillies trades.
These are trades that happen when the Phillies either traded someone and who they acquired or got someone and who they gave up.
Well, I'm clarifying it's Phillies trades, not Philly trades.
Phillies, baseball.
Specifically baseball. Gotcha.
Here's what you need to do. How many questions will Josh get right out of 10? Include your name, where you're from. How many questions Josh will get right out of 10? That's the category today. Philadelphia Phillies baseball trades. They're all recent.
Right, so we're not going back to
the
1980.
last 5-6 years. I don't think it goes past 2019.
Oh, wow, okay.
So players that they recently have acquired via trade, maybe back to 07.
But to this century.
Yes.
We're keeping it in the 21st century.
609-403-0973. Include your name, where you're from, how many questions out of 10 Josh will get right. You're playing for tickets to see comedian Joe Conklin down at Wildwood High School on Friday, July 11th. Doors open at 7:30. Showtime is $8. These are $60 a piece, these tickets. So you're getting a pretty good value here for getting it for nothing if you can stump the Sports Geek this week.
Speaking of this week.
Week 9 in the NFL. Here we go. Friday 5. My 5 favorite games in the NFL this week. Eagles are on a bye week 9.
This is correct, sir. The
Number
Eagles,
5.
By the way, the Eagles, Bucks, Jets, and Browns are on the bye.
These are in no particular order, but I do my best to try to rank them. Number 5, Bears and Bengals. 2 disappointing teams last year who both have good quarterbacks and could be surprises. Number 5, Bears, Bengals.
It's not even the best CBS game that day. It's a CBS game.
Number 4, in my Friday 5, Minnesota, Detroit for supremacy in the NFC North. Which team will we go with? In that one, could it be Minnesota surprising people, or are the Lions the biggest challenger in the NFC?
Intrigued.
Number 3 in the Friday 5 this week. AFC matchup, Denver, Houston. Playoff teams, can they take that step forward? Second-year quarterback Bo Nix. Can C.J. Stroud take that jump from second-year guy to third-year guy to the next level? Houston and Denver.
I like it.
Number 3 in the Friday 5. Now, today's Thursday, but we're off tomorrow. So if you're listening to the show for the first time, driving down the shore and thinking, this idiot doesn't even know that it's not Friday.
This is Mike Gill's Friday.
It's Friday for all of us.
Get it right.
Number 2, Sunday Night Football, Seahawks, Commanders. Commanders, 9 weeks in, what are they going to look like? Seattle with Sam Darnold, now the new quarterback. What does that look like? So we'll have that in the Friday 5. All right. By the way this will work, we will revisit all of these games when we do the Friday 5 during the week. So week 9, we'll look back at these games and see if they're the same Friday 5 as when we get to the Friday 5 week 9. And number 1, this one's easy. It's Kansas City and Buffalo, the rematch.
Ramonance.
425.
As I say earlier, the second best CBS game.
Yeah, this week there's only one primetime game that made my Friday 5. The Thursday night game did not make it. The Monday night game did not make it.
I was a little surprised that you didn't throw the Thursday night Ravens-Dolphins game in the
Thought about it. That was the one that just got cut. Dolphins, I don't know what to think of.
That's the point. It might be interesting.
They're interesting, but I think Bears-Bengals, the combination of them might be more interesting.
That's true.
But that might be a game that switches out, and that Thursday night game might be in on the Friday 5, although the Friday 5 doesn't include Thursday games during the season.
That's true.
All
the only other game that might be of interest is Cardinals-Cowboys.
Cardinals-Cowboys. Well, 9 weeks in, that could change. 9 weeks in the summer, that game doesn't seem all that appealing. I'll see what Arizona does. We'll see if the Cowboys. All right, Stump the Sports Geek coming up in 40 minutes from now. The category is Phillies trades. How many questions will Josh get right on the topic Phillies trades? 609-403-0973. Include your name, where you're from, and how many questions you think he'll get right. You're playing for tickets to see the great comedian Joe Conklin. 3 o'clock on a happy hour Thursday. Now, I told you last hour, I had a beer last week that was the highest rated beer I've ever had. Number 1 on my list. Follow me on Untapped at MG973 to find out where I got it. I'll give you the details later on a happy hour Thursday. Because happy hour Friday, we are off, which means it's a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat. Now, I did share that beer with Bob Wankel. I sent him the picture. And then he responded with, tried to one-up me with another good one there. But I think mine was better, Bob Wankel. I know I offered Bob 5 o'clock today, and he took the 3 o'clock time slot. Now, last week he said he needed the 5 o'clock because it was a higher-rated segment. Now, today, inconspicuously, you went earlier, my friend.
Yeah, I might have some conflict in my scheduling later in the day, Mike.
Possibly. Now, it is a happy hour Thursday for all the people out there. We generally do a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat, but we're doing it on a Thursday today. Phil split that doubleheader last night. Bob Wankel is host of the Fighting Words podcast. Crossing Broad covers the Phillies. And, there's so much going on with this Phillies game. I want to get your take on, we saw Abel yesterday all over the place, couldn't get out of the second inning. As we get to the All-Star break, Bob, where is he in your mind, in the organization's mind? What is he? Is he more of a trade piece, more of a future? What is his value? I can't even come up with what his value might be. I'm having a tough time with this based on where he started at the beginning of the year, basically off the map. The 2 starts, the following starts, and where we are now. Where are we?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tough to evaluate Gable in that he came from a place where he felt like he was really a failed prospect, right? And then he emerged out of nowhere, and now he's sort of regressing again. And I think because of that, and because of where his starting point was coming into the year, I think there's a little bit of skepticism now growing in how he's being, at least I would say, perceived in terms of a trade commodity. That being said, I don't think you should overreact to the up and down nature of these starts that he's making right now, because young pitchers do go through ups and downs. And I don't think it's fair to look at 2 starts and say this guy looks like a top of the rotation arm. And I don't think it's fair to look at starts against the Mets and recently here this week and say, oh, this kid's a bum, he's never going to make it. I think that all being said, it's really hard to identify what his value is within the organization and what it would be externally. I don't think the Phillies want to give him away, pennies on the dollar here, but I do think they're going to be motivated to make trades, and he's one of the more interesting chips that they have.
Well,
do you look at a meaningful package? I doubt it, but he'll be a part of one.
Do you look at the start like yesterday, and that is like example A of like, I just can't trust this guy in 2025. Like maybe he's not a piece for 2025, but we're really interested in what he brings to 2026 and 2027. That's where I think there's a tough balance here.
Yeah, I mean, if the Phillies don't get back something that's going to help them in a meaningful capacity in 2025 for Mick Abel, I doubt they'd do it. Just hold on to him, go into the offseason, see what presents itself. Maybe he's a guy that works his way into the back end of the rotation moving forward. The whole book on him, though, is that he struggles with command, and he walked a high number of batters per 9 in the minor leagues last season. It was a little better this year, still not very good. Then he came up, and his control was very good those first couple times out, but you saw it against the Mets. His command was bad within the strike zone and got pummeled, and then you saw it yesterday against the Padres. His command was bad outside of the strike zone, couldn't get anybody out, couldn't throw the fastball for a strike where he wanted to, and that's where the concern is. And if you talk about making him a bullpen piece, how much do you trust a guy that's walking 4 or 5 batters in 2 innings?
Yeah, I know that he's going to be interesting because he'll have one more start scheduled. I would imagine he makes that start. Bob, will that be his last start?
I don't know. I think he will make that next start. I think that there's a world where they get out of the All-Star break. Maybe they allow him to make 1 or 2 more. I will say this. I don't think that Mick Abel's in the starting rotation come the end of July. So whether or not it's 1 more start or 3 more starts, I don't know. But I don't think he's a starting pitcher in this rotation come August 1.
Okay, so after the break, you got the All-Star break coming up. The Phillies can now reshuffle their deck and kind of line it back up the way they do. How do they do that? Do they do 3 lefties back to back to back? Is Mick Abel in between them right now? He would be the third guy, essentially. Or is that when Andrew Painter gets that call and goes, Wheeler, whatever lefty you like in the number 2 spot, do you go back-to-back lefties? Do you put a Painter or an Abel in that spot? Do you go 3 lefties in a row? What's that rotation look like?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out of the break not using Wheeler game 1 in order to break up some of that left-handedness. So it's not Wheeler and then 3 lefties and then, Abel or whoever that other guy is. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw one of those lefties come out of the gates. That being said, as far as the Painter question, Phillies at the beginning of this season said July-ish when asked about Andrew Painter's timeline. And Andrew Painter hasn't been perfect in AAA, but at the same time, he hasn't really shown you anything that would make you say, well, I don't think that he can contribute to this team as a 5th starter or a 6th starter even. So I have to take the Phillies at their word and simply say, well, if the timeline is July-ish, then sometime out of the All-Star break, we should see this guy. And that's the way I would kind of diagnose it in this moment.
Yeah, it's funny because they kind of threw that out. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be up here, but you wonder if Abel's performance changed it because, somebody messaged in yesterday, texted in regarding the AAA numbers. And, I've always been kind of like, I don't put a lot of stock in AAA numbers. Not that I disregard them, but Justin Crawford's up there hitting 420 against lefties. It's not getting him called up. So they're obviously saying, look, I'm not putting a lot of stock in them right now. They're not going to put a lot of stock in Painter's numbers either. Like if he's got an ERA where it is now and a whip where it is now, those numbers don't justify his AAA numbers don't justify him being called up. But that wouldn't preclude them from doing it though, right?
I don't think so. I don't look at his numbers and put a whole ton of stock in them. The thing I'm looking at is like the stuff. Excellent. Everyone that's seen him in person raves about the stuff. He's striking out more than a batter per inning. I don't think that the numbers are a consideration at this point. I really just think it comes down to the timeline. Comfortable? Is he ready? Do they feel like he's on track? And I will just say this. I don't think that they have to bring him up just because Mick Abel is struggling. I mean, certainly that may be a minor part of the equation, but when you step back and look at what the Phillies rotation is right now and how good it's been, I don't think you have to overreact to the rookie 5th starter having ups and downs, which is what it's been. It's been up and it's been down. They're still first in wins above replacement, fielding independent pitching. They have the best ERA as a starting staff in the National League, number 2 in baseball, behind only the Rangers. And if guys in the NL, starting pitchers in the National League this season have thrown at least 70 innings. They have 3 guys in the top 10 of ERA, Ranger Suarez, Zach Wheeler, and Christopher Sanchez. So those guys have been so good that I think you can deal with a little volatility in that 5 spot.
No doubt. Yeah. I know Rob was asked how many of the All-Stars, all of them. Which ones really, though? Probably 3 of them. I mean, Suarez, Sanchez, and Wheeler, you might all see those guys. And then it begs the other thing is, where does Sanchez fit in here? People talk about trading him, moving him to the bullpen. Is he the second best guy? And Sanchez last night says, hey, what about me? Don't forget me over here. So they really have a unique situation here, one that I don't know that there is any wrong answers.
No, I don't think so. If it were up to me, if you said rank them out right now, I still go by stuff. And I like guys that can miss bats when they want to miss bats. And that Sanchez changeup to me is the differentiator. I mean, I love Ranger Suarez. I think he has all the intangibles. He's certainly productive. He was arguably the best pitcher in the National League in the month of June. And I know it went to Zach Wheeler. So Wheeler to me might be the best pitcher that I've seen in terms of duration and the whole package in a Phillies uniform in the last 40 years. And then after him, I think it's for me, Sanchez, then Suarez, just because of the stuff, and then Luzardo. So you start talking about a playoff scenario. Hey, if one of these guys had to move to the bullpen, who do you think it'd be? And I have a feeling that it would be Luzardo in this moment.
All right, Bob, I want to get into Crawford a little bit here. The way I see it, it's interesting because Kepler hits a homer yesterday, and Brandon Marsh goes out of his way to tell us how good Kepler is and how glad they are that he's on this baseball team, which tip of the cap to the 2 lefties in the platoon going yard last night. But ultimately, at the trade deadline, is Justin Crawford here, a trade piece? And if he's not traded, is he in center field on August 1st and Max Kepler is gone?
I actually think that we're in a spot where Kepler being here almost precludes Crawford from being here. Let me start by saying this. Like, there's nothing else that he can do at AAA in terms of the stats, in terms of batting average. He's hitting lefties over 400, right? Like, he's doing everything in terms of the stat line. He hits a ton of ground balls, though, and I do think that there are some questions about how that translates to the major league level. Also, this Phillies team needs a ton of help offensively. Probably they need more slug. Justin does not slug. So it's like, is he really fixing the problem? And the reason why I have Kepler and Crawford kind of not working together on the roster is because Brandon Marsh is swinging the bat well. So what are you doing with Brandon Marsh if Crawford's up here? And if he's up here, he's playing every day. Well, you can't play Marsh and Kepler. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense because they're both in left field. So something's got to give here.
Absolutely. So that's why I wonder, does Crawford just go to center field? You're the center fielder. Marsh goes to left, platoons with Kemp, and Kepler is gone.
I think it will depend on what, like, the corresponding move. Like, are you able to find that impact bat on the market? Because, you know, you look at the Phillies and they're about middle of the pack in terms of power this season, in terms of hitting home runs, right? Well, Max Kepler is not exactly lighting the world on fire. In fact, I'd say he's a below average hitter at this point in his career. That being said, he does have 10 home runs, and that makes him one of the Phillies' best power options right now. So if you're going to eliminate him, whether DFA or trade him for a bag of balls, you better have a solution in order to offset some of that, because it's not Brandon Marsh. I know Brandon Marsh went like 425 to dead center last night, but he's got 3 home runs this year. So you have to have some way to aid that power gap if you lose Kepler.
Absolutely. Now, the other guy over in right field there is Nick Castellanos, and oddly enough, there was a article yesterday about the Nick Castellanos rumors just never go away. Now, I don't know that I've ever really heard Nick Castellanos rumors. Have you? Like, am I missing something here? Like, is his name always come up in trade rumors, or is, you know, what do I make of that?
I think that it's not that the Phillies are actively saying, let's get rid of Nick Castellanos or we want to make a deal, but I think it has a lot to do with the contract. And it's like, if we can clear at this point now, halfway through, he's got about $10 million due to him the remainder of the year, and then another 20 next year. If we could free up that cash, you know, maybe that's something we consider if the right deal came along. That being said, I mean, Nick Castellanos has had a decent season. He's got a 768 OPS right now. They struggle from the right side as it is. So subtracting Nick Castellanos doesn't really seem like a palatable proposition, even though he's a flawed baseball player. In fact, no player in Major League Baseball this season has left more runners on base than Nick Castellanos. But he's still their best option right now.
Wait, say that again.
No player in Major League Baseball this season has left more runners on base than Nick Castellanos.
Oof.
So, yeah, I mean, you look at the Phillies and what they do well, and what they've done well is they get on base, and those guys at the top of the lineup have all done a good job, except for Bryson Stott when he was there, at getting on base. So Castellanos has 46 runs batted in this season. That's okay, but he hits with a lot of runners on.
I did not know that stat. That's very interesting. Now, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, and when I saw this, Jim Bowden wrote it over at The Athletic. Said the Castellanos rumors never go away. For that reason alone, multiple GMs think there's a chance he could get moved to Philadelphia. He could find a better right field option. My question for those multiple GMs is, do any of you multiple GMs or any other GMs have any interest in trading for Nick Castellanos? Would another team want him?
It's so tough. I mean, you know, would I want to pay $20 million a season for Nick Castellanos? No. But at the same time, I mean, he's been a decent hitter for this team this season. And I mean, you know, forget the resume, forget what he's done since he was in the league, coming in as a rookie in 2013 and playing his first full year in 2014. I mean, you just look at his numbers this year, and he's done some decent things for these guys. So it's not like the guy can't hit, but the defensive issues and limitations are real, whether or not he wants to admit to them. And he's not the impact hitter that you would truly hope he'd be. So,
well, that's what I brought up yesterday, Bob, is, okay, if they can find a better right field option. So, in other words, that's where it's weird to me. If you found another right field option, how many players only play right field and not left field. That's number one. So if I made a trade, there's a lot here. Does the team I send out want Nick Castellanos? Are they giving me a right fielder that only plays right field in return? This is where this seems like a lot of this whole paragraph written makes not a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess the only way I could really see them subtracting a player of Castellanos' caliber, I guess at least relative to this current lineup,
Yep.
would be if it was like a true impact player. Like, so say you bring in a Byron Buxton, and I'll use him as an example because he's having a great year, and he's 31. He's in his prime. He's got 19 homers this year. He's a stud. Now he gets hurt all the time, and that's the issue. But if you look at the Twins, they're one of the few teams right now in baseball in that middle ground that are really starting to fade. So maybe they would consider making a deal on him. Like if you could bring in a Buxton, then you say, all right, maybe I lose Castellanos somehow. Like you maybe not in a deal to Minnesota, but you might move on from him if you had that impact bat in place, a guy that was a true upgrade offensively. But I don't think that's going to happen. Like I'd be stunned if Nick Castellanos was on his team in August.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So in other words, I can see it if you had an upgrade to Castellanos. In other words, a guy who can hit fourth and not fifth or sixth. In other words, you got this guy, and now he hits fourth behind Harper. Bohm moves to fifth, and then your 7, 8, 9 guys aren't nearly as important if batter 4 is more impactful than the guy leaving the most runners on base.
Yeah, I think that when you see like these rumors persist, you go back to what happened at the end of last year, and I think everybody kind of agreed this team needs a shakeup. It has to have a different look, a different feel. And you consider that Castellanos is underwhelmed to a degree offensively, and then you consider the defensive liabilities and limitations. And he would just be a guy that you look at and say, if we could make a deal, if something presented itself, we would consider it, even though he's considered to be one of the more prominent players in the clubhouse. I think that's all it really was. Like, how do we change the look and feel? People looked at Bohm. He was the one that everybody talked about. Center field, maybe you do something a little bit different. Obviously, They didn't end up doing anything. But I think that right field was that under the radar scenario. And I could see a world where when you get to November this year, the Phillies say, we have 1 year left. We really want to change the look and feel. We want to free up a little bit of cash. Maybe we can't get rid of all $20 million, but if we could swallow some of it, clear maybe 15, give us a little bit more flexibility in how we build this team next year and refresh it, I think they would explore that.
I agree. I think if they could get out from under Castellanos, get a player, and then you're basically saying this player is better than Castellanos. He's not hitting fifth. He's hitting fourth. He's not hitting sixth. He's hitting fourth. Then the rest of the guys will go with Kemp and Marsh. And I think you're going to see Kemp, Marsh in left, Crawford in center, and then you would have this other guy. That would be the ideal situation if you could. Otherwise, I think Castellanos is there, and then Crawford in center, Marsh, Kemp in left field the rest of the way here. But let's talk about Kemp. What is Kemp?
That's a great question. I think that he is a fine short-term solution. Like if you have somebody that you like from the left side, I think Otto Kemp playing 2 times a week, 3 times a week, maybe it works. You can bounce him around a couple different positions to do it. I don't think that Otto Kemp's an everyday guy. I don't think he's a future middle of the order impact bat, but he's done a nice job. I mean, look, he's early on in his career. He's doing a nice job. He cleared 700 OPS for the first time last night. He's brought some life to a team that needed a little bit of a youthful jolt. So I give him a lot of credit, but am I ready to say, like, down the stretch as I try to win a championship? I feel great about him being the right side platoon. Not necessarily, but it's been a promising start.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's given them something. The question will be, if he's the right-handed bat in the platoon, does he hit as well when he's not hitting every day?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the key questions. You just don't know how each individual player is going to react to that. You know, Brandon Marsh kind of, I think, got put on notice after that April that he had. And now, to his credit, he's making the most of opportunities even when they're less consistent. Mm-hmm. You know, it's player to player. You know, it really is.
Would you stick Harper 2 or keep him 3? Do you like the Schwarber Harper?
Well, if Bryce Harper's not going to hit for any power, I really rather hit him 2. Because the on-base skill is still elite, and he's still a good hitter. But if that power component's not part of his game, he really does profile more as a two-hitter at this point.
I am intrigued, though, that Schwarber has really never had this level of hitter protecting him.
Yeah.
Now, what level of hitter is Harper right now? That's another question, right? Were you concerned at all that he didn't play the second game? Surprised at all, or was that expected?
Honestly, I'm a little skeptical of the entire thing with him. I really am.
Wow.
When you asked me, before, when did you think he'd be back? The optimistic viewpoint was maybe sometime in mid-July. Let's be really cautious with this thing, make sure that it's totally out of there. And the more you hear him talk, the more you hear the Phillies talk, it just feels like it's a thing that he's not going to be able to fully move on from this year. It's going to be a tolerance and how do I monitor it and how do I deal with it the best I can? I think Bryce Harper is going to be a net positive in the lineup for them, but is he going to be MVP Bryce Harper this year? I just don't think so. And so my antenna went up a little bit when he wasn't in the lineup last night.
All right, Bob Wankel, how many relievers are in the trust tree?
The trust tree, yes. That's an old school reference, by the way, in case anybody out there didn't pick up on that. But I think it's Kerkering right now, and Kerkering alone. So
Matt
Strom's out there circling the tree, but he's not allowed in it yet. And
he's streaking.
Yeah, he's going through the quad into the gymnasium. There's nobody else even near
my favorite
trust tree.
Somebody tweeted this out the other day. I don't know who it was. I can't remember. But that Jordan Romano looks like the guy who should be folding pizza boxes at every pizza shop down the shore. And yet he's pitching the seventh inning for the Phillies. Is Romano, I don't want to say in the circle of trust yet, but is he getting to the point where you can't use him even in that in the seventh inning situation?
I guess the question is, if not him in this moment, then who?
Yeah. I know. We were grading the offseason moves. This was a couple of weeks ago, and I gave him like a C-. And a couple people are like, how do you give the guy a C? I'm like, he pitched pretty well after those first 4 appearances. He settled in, but now he's unsettled yet again.
Yeah, I think he's made 33 or 34 appearances now. Most of the damage has come in 9 games. So if you just take out those 9 games, the other 25, he's been great.
Yeah.
Problem is you can't go to a reliever who's going to blow up, 25%
right.
of the time.
In the month of June, though, he had a ERA under 3, and you're like, okay, maybe he's and then he's just kind of reflared back up again. But really, his ERA for this season will never look respectable based on those first 4 outings that he had. So he could be almost unblemished the rest of the way. He'll have an ERA in the 6s.
Yeah, he won't crack 5 no matter what. He could be perfect down the stretch. And you don't evaluate him just on that, right? You have to look at what does it look like lately. The problem is he just cannot sustain any momentum, and it's really for that reason that I don't trust him.
Tanner Banks. Should I trust Tanner Banks? There was the other guy I wanted to ask you about.
I think as a second or third reliever, it's fine. I don't want to have him taking down key outs in the 8th inning every night, though. The problem is Strom isn't Strom right now, and so Banks's role is more elevated, and it's tough, man. I mean, they absolutely need probably another 3 bullpen pieces, 2 of which I think will come internally. So,
and who are they? The 2 starters?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think
Seth Johnson.
I think when they get to the end part of the year, I think you're going to see one of those lefties transition to the bullpen. So that's one. I think if Abel's here, they're going to give him a shot. I think they're going to give him a shot as a reliever in August if he's here. That's a big if. And then I do think that a guy like Seth Johnson might get another look based on what he showed yesterday. And it's not just the box score, but you look at the arm and he's interesting. And right now the Phillies have to take flyers on guys who are interesting in their own organization because they didn't go out and address the needs to a acceptable degree in free agency.
All right, Bob Wankel, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on a Thursday, getting ready for the 4th of July weekend. I'll let you answer our poll question here before we get out of here. Is an Irish goodbye an acceptable way to leave?
No, come on, no. I'm not saying I don't do it sometimes, but no.
Right now, 50-50 in the poll question. 50-50 on the Irish goodbye.
It depends who you're with, what's the deal?
Well, college buddies, they know. You're on a date. Yeah, you just leave and let the girl hang by herself. College buddies, you get the reputation for the Irish goodbye based on the fact that you do it all the time.
Yeah,
That's
well,
how
if you're
you
watching
can.
on YouTube, my move used to be I'd sit at the table, I'd go like this. I'd clap my hands, I'd move them apart like that, and everyone knew it was time to go. So
There
I'm
goes
out.
Bob.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go out on a high note with that one. Bob Wankel, everybody. Check out the Fighting Words podcast on all podcasting platforms. Anthony Sanfilippo and this man, Bob Wankel. Well, what's your highest rated beer? What do you got for us? You got something
I
for
don't
us?
know. Well, I'm going to go back to the well on the Heady Topper tonight.
Oh, the Heady Topper. That's what
local-
you sent me. That's what you
the
sent me
local
on
store's
Saturday.
carrying it, so I'm like, all right, let me just keep grabbing that until I don't see it anymore. So
It's a good pick by you. Good one. Well, enjoy it. I got another 2 hours of this nonsense.
all right, well, we'll see you soon.
See you, man. Bob Wankel, everybody, on a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat. Yeah, how many relievers are in the circle of trust? I'm one of the bigger Kirkering guys you can probably imagine in terms of not too many people like him as much as I do. I don't know if I'm on the trust with Kirkering, though. Do I trust him yet? Yee. I think he's got the best stuff. Right? I think he's got the best stuff of all the Phillies. Like, you just say, who's got the best stuff? He's definitely the guy. And how much is that, what does that mean, in a playoff game, in a big moment, in a big situation? Does stuff trump numbers? Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, if you just look at his, numbers, you would say, yeah, he's just been okay this year. 2.41 ERA, that's good. 139 whip. Not great, not awful. But here's where the Kirkering has been very interesting. When you take a look at in the month of June, Orion Kirkering has been much better. 0.82 ERA, 1.1 whip. In May, 0.87 ERA, 1.2 whip. So the whip has lowered in May and in June. And now you're starting to say, is this guy starting to get it? Is it starting to click? We'll see. All right, it's a Stump the Sports Geek Thursday, special Thursday edition. Today's category is Phillies trades. Trades the Phillies have made. Who did they acquire in these trades? That's the category. How many questions will Josh get right today out of 10? Text your name and where you're from and how many questions you think Josh will get right. 609-403-0973. Include your name, where you're from, and how many questions Josh will get right today. You're playing for tickets to see the great comedian Joe Conklin in Wildwood. Stump the Sports Geek next. All right, 3:33 Sports Bash Live. It's time for this week's edition of Stump the Sports Geek, our resident sports geek, producer Josh Henning. I will ask him 10 questions. The category today is Phillies trades. These are trades the Phillies have made, whether they acquired someone or sent someone out, who they got in return, or who they sent to the other team. All these trades, 10 of them, he must tell me who was a part of the trades. How many will he get right? Text your name and where you're from, and how many questions you think he'll get right out of 10 to 609-403-0973. This week you're playing for tickets to see Joe Conklin, comedian Joe Conklin, and the City Rhythm Orchestra. Philly Sports Put to Music. Going to be in Wildwood on Friday, July the 11th. I got a 4-pack of tickets to the winner. Are we ready to go, Josh, for today's Stump the Sports Geek?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Mike.
Do you like the category? How confident are you?
I'm confident. I think that there's some, especially considering that it was in a certain range. Like, if you were asking me about like a trade from like the 70s or 80s, I'd be real sketchy on that.
No, I did not do that.
But like you kept it in the 21st century. So like, for example, one of the questions will not be who did the Phillies acquire when they traded Darren Dalton? That will not be one of the questions.
No, it will not. Here you go.
Oh, the answer is Billy McMillan.
You ready? That is true. All right. Question 1. August 2nd, 2022. The Phillies acquired Noah Syndergaard from the Los Angeles Angels. Who did they trade to get Syndergaard?
See, this was a messy day because the Phillies actually made 2 trades to the Angels that day. One trade, there were separate trades too. One trade was to get Syndergaard, and one trade they got Brandon Marsh. So they were 2 separate trades. So I only have a 50-50 shot at getting this right.
They received Noah Syndergaard from the Angels in exchange for this player plus a minor leaguer. I'm not making you get the minor leaguer. That's not fair.
So you're asking me to give you the major leaguer.
The most notable player in the deal. The minor leaguer was like a single A.
Yeah,
somebody.
I definitely feel pretty confident saying I wouldn't remember that guy. See, I don't remember this part at all because I remember they traded Logan O'Hoppe for Brandon Marsh. But who did they trade for Syndergaard? That's what I'm kind of messed up on. I don't remember.
No guess.
I'm just gonna say Logan O'Hoppe because I know at some point they traded him to the Angels.
That is incorrect. The correct answer.
No. Hold on. Was it Mickey Moniak?
That is correct.
I pulled it out the last second.
Mickey Moniak.
Right, they
is the
traded
answer.
Moniak for Syndergaard and then Logan O'Hoppe for Brandon Marsh. They were 2 separate trades. I just remembered it was a failure. It was a loser.
The Phillies acquired Cliff Lee with Ben Francisco. Who are the 4 players that they sent to Cleveland?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I remember one was Carlos Carrasco.
That is correct.
One of them was Lou Marson, the catcher. I think one of them was Josh Donaldson. And I don't remember who the 4th guy was. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Because they were all minor leaguers, weren't they? It was all minor leaguers they traded for Lee.
They were 4 prospects.
Right. So it was Carrasco, Marson, Josh Donald. My gosh, who was the 4th guy? None of them except for Carrasco worked out at all.
No, it's one of the trades that you look back and say, do you trade your prospects for a player? And these 3 of these 4 prospects were very highly rated in the Phillies system.
Yeah. And the only guy who really had a major league career was Carrasco.
Yeah.
I don't remember who the 4th guy is.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
I'm aware.
It is Carlos Carrasco, Lou Marson, the catcher. Jason Donald was a second baseman.
Right.
And Jason Knapp was the 4th one.
Knapp. I took a nap on that one.
Yeah, Knapp.
Yeah. Not Andrew Knapp, Harry.
No, but Jason Knapp was a starting pitcher, was a second-round pick. He had been like kind of a big prospect. Very good numbers when the Phillies traded him away.
I feel like I should get half a point for getting.
Yeah,
three out
it
of
was
four.
almost like should I give you that one? But since all four of them were minor leaguers,
You were requiring all four.
yes.
But I got 3 out of 4, which is not bad.
The Phillies acquired JT Realmuto from the Miami Marlins for these 2 players.
Jorge Alfaro, the catcher, and Sixto Sanchez, the pitcher.
That is correct. That is 2 right.
That one came to me very easily. Jason Knapp. I'm having nightmares about Jason Knapp now.
The Phillies acquired Jane Segura from the Seattle Mariners in exchange for these 2 players.
Oh my goodness, there were 2? Oh, what I remember is J.P. Crawford. I don't remember who the other guy is. So, okay. Who's the other guy?
It's your guess, J.P. Crawford and the other guy.
Yeah, the other guy.
That would be incorrect. The other guy was Carlos Santana.
Was it really?
Yes, they basically unloaded his contract off.
Wow.
The Phillies traded with the St. Louis Cardinals to receive Edmundo Sosa. Which player did they receive in return?
I remember them acquiring Sosa.
Yeah, very nondescript trade.
A very nondescript trade, yes. I don't remember who they traded for him at
I think he's
all.
still on their team.
Is he still on the team?
Yes.
Who is it?
The answer is Joe Romero.
Oh, the pitcher.
Yes, lefty.
Phillies could use him right
Kind of
now.
had like a Al Herbosky type of look to him.
Phillies could use him right now.
Question 6. I think you're going to get this one right.
Well, I've gotten 3 so far.
The Phillies traded with the Anaheim Angels to land Brandon Marsh. Who did they receive?
Logan O'Hoppe.
The Angels received Logan O'Hoppe. That is correct. Kind of gave that one away earlier, right?
I did. I didn't know you had that one in the holster.
The Phillies traded with the Baltimore Orioles for Austin Hayes. Who did they give the Orioles?
Oh boy. Well, the Phillies actually ended up unloading 2 players on the Orioles. But they were 2 separate deals, weren't they? Because it was like, I'm going to say this one was Sir Anthony Dominguez. Or was it Gregory Soto? Because they both ended up on the Orioles at that deadline. But like, oh my gosh. I'm going to say it's Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is one of them. There is another player in the deal.
So Gregory Soto was the other one.
That is incorrect.
All right, I was incorrect.
The second player was Christian Pache.
Oh, that's right. That's the trade they got rid of Pache. I forgot about that.
Yes.
They unloaded his bum.
Soto was traded in a separate deal.
Gotcha.
Same day, I believe. The Phillies, on August 2nd, 2022, traded with the Chicago Cubs to acquire David Robertson. Who did the Phillies send to Chicago?
Pitcher Ben Brown. He was a minor league at the time.
That is correct.
He's got horrible hair.
Yes, he does. The Phillies traded Spencer Howard to the Texas Rangers for these 3 pitchers.
Oh, jeez. Ian Kennedy was one of them because they needed a closer. Man, I'm trying to remember that. That was a weird trade too. I think that was back when the Phillies had like the worst bullpen in baseball. see, it was
This
Ian
is
Kennedy.
July 30th of 2021.
Yeah, that was the year the Phillies had the most blown saves in all of baseball that year. Not great memories. Probably trying to block it out of my mind, that's why I'm having trouble remembering.
You are right about that.
I know Ian Kennedy was one of the three.
I cannot confirm or deny
I know,
that.
you don't want to give anything away. I get the game. Three pitchers. I don't know. I give up.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, I know.
The answer was Ian Kennedy,
I knew that one.
Kyle Gibson,
Oh, that's right. That was
and
Kyle
Hans
Gibson.
Kraus. Whatever happened to Hans Kraus?
Whatever happened to that guy?
It's supposed to be like they were like excited that he was part of that deal. Like, how did they get Hans Kraus involved, included in that deal?
See, I remember they got. Now I remember this. So, because Kyle Gibson was on a contract for one more year. Remember, he was on a contract for 2022. So that was part of the reason why they made the deal, was because they knew they had Gibson beyond 1 year.
Final question.
I only have 5 right so far.
Yes, you only have 5. The Phillies made a trade with the Houston Astros that included Vince Velasquez, Mark Appel, Thomas Eshelman, and Brett Ubenholzer. Who did the Phillies send to Houston in that deal?
Who did the Phillies send? Can you give me the players again? It was
Vince Velasquez, Mark Appel, Tom Eshelman, and Brett Uberholzer.
Easy for you to say.
I think Eshelman and Uberholzer got a cup of coffee. Appel obviously came up like for a second with the Phillies.
Yeah, Pell was not the guy. Velasquez was the only guy who worked out from this deal, basically.
Yes.
Who did the Phillies trade?
Eshelman pitched in Baltimore.
I think Uberholtz at one point played for the Rangers, didn't he? Or am I mixing guys up?
He did not.
He did not. I'm mixing guys
Houston,
up.
Philadelphia, and Anaheim.
Oh, Anaheim. Interesting. Okay, so the Phillies had to trade someone of significance in this trade because you're not getting all those guys. Oh my goodness, it was a closer. Was it Ken Giles?
That is correct. Ken Giles. That is 10. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions correct.
That was number 6.
Noah Syndergaard, JT Realmuto,
Right.
Brandon Marsh, David Robertson, and Vince Velasquez.
Okay, so it's 5.
You got 5 correct. You got wrong Spencer Howard,
Yep.
Austin Hayes,
Yep.
Edmundo Sosa,
Yep.
Gene Segura, and Cliff Lee.
Oh, right, because I missed the one on Cliff Lee.
That is correct. That is today's Stump the Sports Geek. I hope you enjoyed it. If you answered 5, if you were the first person to answer 5, you have just won tickets to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High Friday, July 11th. Congratulations. We will contact our winner. We'll tell you who that is. Coming up next on the Sports Bash. Plus, on the other side, it is today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day on the Sports Bash.
we need to normalize the Irish exit. For those of you that don't know what that means out there in the lexicon, that means leaving without saying goodbye. Like, I don't need to hug and dap up everybody that's at the cookout because we're talking about hundreds of people in some instances. So it's okay to say goodbye to the host and then dip out on everybody else. So normalize the Irish exit at the 4th of July cookout.
That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Chris Candy says it's time to normalize the Irish goodbye. Is the Irish goodbye, in fact, acceptable form of exit? For those of you who don't know what that means, it refers to the act of leaving a social gathering without saying goodbye to the host or any other attendees. In other words, you just ghost. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely not. I think Chris Candy is being an ignoramus here, okay? First of all, the only time it's okay to exit without telling people is if you're in a bad situation and you need to exit without saying goodbye. If I'm coming to Mike Gill's house to hang out with you, Mike, I'm not going to ghost on you. I'm going to say bye to you. I'm going to say bye to anybody else I was talking to. Candy is completely wrong about this.
Do you have an Irish goodbye in your stable?
No.
No. Really?
I don't accept those people in my life.
Wow. So if you find the Irish goodbye,
there's probably something else wrong with them.
Isn't Earnshaw an Irish goodbye?
Never done to me.
Danny Ryan?
Not to me. I really haven't hung out with Danny, honestly. So,
talking to Danny Ryan earlier today. I think Danny Ryan feels like an Irish goodbye, maybe because his name is Danny Ryan.
Maybe.
Could that be it? Did I ever hang out
Irish.
with Danny Ryan? I'm not sure about that.
He's an Irish guy.
Earnshaw, Irish goodbye?
I've hung out with him a bunch of times in different settings. He's never Irish goodbyed me.
Trying to remember. I feel that the Irish goodbye is an unacceptable form. You just say, yo, I'm out of here. Now, is it because you don't want the ridicule for potentially leaving early?
Well, then you're a wimp.
That you just say, I'm out? Or you just say, hey, everybody, good to see you. Out of here. Now, you don't have to say goodbye to every single person.
I'm not saying every single person.
Definitely thank the person for having you over.
100%.
Yeah, Canny, I can't agree with you on this. The Irish goodbye is not acceptable, but right now at 973 ESPN, 52% say the Irish goodbye is acceptable. 48% say no. Vote at 973 ESPN. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Andrew DeCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com is here. We did our NFL Friday 5 today because we're off tomorrow. I gave you my 5 favorite games for Week 9 of the NFL. That number 1 game is Kansas City Buffalo. It's the Eagles bye week. We'll do Week 10 next week. Week 10. That means we're getting very close to the start of the NFL season. Our Friday 5, of course. Football at 4 is here. Andrew DeCecco will start our division previews next week where we take a look at all 4 teams from one division every Thursday on the show. But right now, Andrew DeCecco is here, and he is doing his positional previews over at InsideTheBirds.com. So we got a lot of questions based on those today for Andrew DeCecco, who joins us right now for Football at 4 on the Sports Best. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
All is good. Happy 4th, man. I know it's we're all anxious to get to the weekend. We got a long line of cars driving down here right now who are all listening to hear what's going on with this Eagles linebacker position. Let's get into that a little bit. Your article over at InsideTheBirds.com talked a lot about the battle at linebacker, which is interesting because Pro Football Focus, Andrew, said it's one of the strongest positions in football, but that's based on the fact that they have Bond and Dean ranked off of last year. But does the Eagles' depth, if Dean is not ready to go, concern you enough? Is there enough versatility and youth to get by without him? Do you like what's left over without him? And then questions about Campbell.
Well, it isn't ideal, Mike, but I think when you have someone like Zach Bond, who's already established himself as a premier player at the position, you have someone with intriguing ability in Jahad Campbell, who Vic Fangio said will be on the practice field, quote-unquote, sometime in August. I think you have to feel pretty good about that. That's also adding in the fact that Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is a player the Eagles are high on. He's done a remarkable job behind the scenes preparing himself, very smart player, instinctual, and I'm curious to see how he responds in his second season. He's going to certainly have a lot of opportunities. Those first-team reps in camp are certainly going to be beneficial to his development. And then Smile Mondon, the rookie linebacker from Georgia, a lot of experience. I think Nakobe Dean, having that relationship with him, is going to be instrumental in helping him, sort of acclimate and learn the defense, and that might expedite his process. I think he's more so going to be a special teams contributor. So right then and there, I think you feel pretty good about it. It's not ideal, but you also have that knowledge of eventually Nakobe Dean's going to be returning.
More on those guys coming up. Zach Bond, big deal. Andrew, he obviously got rewarded for his season last year. How important is he in this Vic Fangio defense?
Oh, I mean, he's critical to the overall functionality of the defense. He'll be wearing the green dot, but his ability to be that centerpiece there, operating at that second level, seeing things, his ability to read and diagnose, he can get downhill, he can cover, get his hands on the football. I just think that he's such a well-rounded player, and one of the best stories last season to come out of the NFL, but he's just scratching the surface. That's what's crazy about that. Do I think he can exceed his production from last season? Well, that might not be realistic, but I certainly think he can equal it, and he's so new at the position that he's learning almost on the job, as crazy as that sounds. And he also has that continuity with Fangio and linebackers coach Bobby King. So I think that you can clearly see the impact that he has, but I think he's going to continue to get better, and he will be able to do enough, at least in my opinion, to sort of atone for the loss of Nakobe Dean in the interim.
Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4. His article's up over at InsideTheBirds.com. He's doing his positional previews. We're looking at the linebacker spot, and there's a lot of questions based on the linebackers that they have here. Jahad Campbell drafted. A lot of people keep asking, can he make an immediate impact despite that shoulder injury? Do you look at him coming right in and making an immediate impact right away?
Well, I should also say that it's a challenging position to master under this Fangio defense. For safeties and linebackers, there's a lot of responsibilities that are placed on their shoulders. Now, he's getting mental reps now. We saw some of that in OTAs for the media-attended sessions. I think that he can, because he can also help you potentially as an edge rusher, which I assume will be in his bag of tricks. But yeah, I mean, he's so athletic, and my understanding is, just from watching him play, that, he has some inherent athletic traits that I think are going to translate favorably as a rookie. So that would suggest to me that he can step in and help. But there isn't this pressure because the Eagles do like what they've seen from Trotter Jr. So whether or not we see Campbell take on the lion's share of the snaps in the early going, maybe he has to, ease his way back in. But I think that they feel pretty good about Trotter as well. So I think they have enough there at the top, those top three, to sort of navigate the waters until you get Nakobe Dean back, who really is the heartbeat of that defense.
All right, well, one guy, we haven't talked a lot about recently is Oren Burks. And how big do you look at the loss of Oren Burks? What steps do they kind of take to replace what he brought them? People forget he started the Super Bowl for them.
Yeah, there were 3 losses that the Eagles had in free agency that I don't think get enough discussed. They don't get discussed enough. Oren Burks, Isaiah Rodgers, and Fred Johnson. Those are players that they're a little bit further down in the pecking order in terms of, priority when you look at some of who they lost, Josh Sweat and Williams. But they all filled pivotal roles. And we're looking at Oren Burks right now. I mean, he had one of the most underrated postseasons that I can remember from of all the players on that team, I would say, because for him to step in and almost make it so that the defense doesn't really miss a beat. I mean, that speaks volumes to not only Oren Burks, but also linebackers coach Bobby King, because he was able to work with him on refining some things and putting him in position to be successful. He's a veteran player, of course, but let's not forget what that conversation was like leading up to the divisional round when Nakobe Dean got hurt and you weren't sure whether or not you were going to see a platoon of Burks and Trotter Jr. Fangio gave Trotter Jr. a ringing endorsement. But Burks was good enough that they didn't need to go to Trotter Jr., and I don't think that was talked about enough. He was able to kind of hold that down, and I don't think that that's going to be something that should be discounted because he did a lot for the Eagles in the postseason and really made strides down the stretch.
Well, and it's funny you bring up Trotter. He was a special team standout, but can he make that leap if needed to every down linebacker with all the injuries?
I think that he can, and the reason why, sort of supporting my opinion here is that he's playing alongside someone like Zach Bond, and they've had reps together last season, and they're going to have a ton more reps together in training camp, so the communication is going to be where it needs to be. And Trotter Jr., I always say this, what he lacks in prototypical size and athleticism, he makes up for with football intellect, instincts, and the ability to read and diagnose. Those are certain traits that you just either you have it or you don't. You can't, in my opinion, get better at that. He has those in him, and I think that should help him transition from being a special teams player to all of a sudden having to flip that switch and play a more prominent role defensively.
While we're on that, kind of level of player, Smile Mondon, you just mentioned him, seems like, hey, special teams guy, but is he a guy that could sneak into Fangio's rotation if, let's say there's a couple injuries? Could he battle with Trotter and maybe beat Trotter out?
Could he? I suppose, but until we see him with pads on in training camp, it's impossible for me to say. And it really wouldn't be responsible for me to say, yeah, definitely. Did I like what I've seen from him in college tape? Yeah, I viewed him as one of the best day 3 selections, period. I just thought he offers a lot of ability, and I think that he has another level that he can tap into. But he's afforded the luxury of developing and not having to be thrown into the deep end and trying to figure it out too early. We've seen that with Eagles linebackers in the past. I think he's best suited right now as a special teams maven. I don't know that he's there yet to be able to really challenge Trotter for any meaningful playing time. But again, training camp has a way of sorting everything out, and we learn a little bit more about these players. But all I can tell you right now, Mike, is that I really like what I saw from him in college, and there's something to be said for experience at that level of college football. So he'll be one that I will have my eyes on in camp.
All right, so if Dean and Campbell are both out, who are your top 3 guys that would be in the mix to replace them?
Bond, Trotter Jr., and, I mean, we're looking at who's on the roster right now. It would have to be Mondon Jr., but I would have to imagine that just given the numbers shortage that they have there, they could probably stand to add another linebacker, really just to be able to run the basic drills and have, first, second, third, and even fourth team linebackers. But right now, as we see it, those would be the 3. Vaughn, Trotter Jr., and Mondon Jr.
Okay, all right. So from linebackers, Andrew also did a preview of the edge rushers. We'll take a look at some edge rusher stuff. Check out the full article on the linebackers over at InsideTheBirds.com. And now, I read the article on the edge rushers. There's a lot here because I was pretty intrigued by the two signings here. But let's start. Nolan Smith's name comes up, as a guy, maybe TJ Watt. I don't think that's going to happen. But I guess the question would be, if that was a legitimate possibility, is Smith a guy you're willing to part with for that level of player, or is he ready to become the Eagles' own Pro Bowl pass rusher?
Well, normally I don't like talking about fake trades or anything like that, hypotheticals or anything like that. But for the sake of this conversation, I would say no, because I view Nolan Smith as a player who has double-digit sack ability. He's young. He has a personality that really fits the culture here in Philadelphia, and I think he's a budding leader and a budding star in the NFL. Now, he has to go out there and put it together. I understand that, but when you look at the leap that he's made from year one to year two, the arrow is trending up, and I think everything the Eagles have done this offseason has been to really build around its young nucleus of talent. So I think you have to see that through, and that's why it would always make sense to stick with Nolan and that young core of players.
Okay, so Nolan Smith, a lot of people excited about what he can be. We'll obviously be keeping a lot of eye on him at training camp. Two other guys. Which free agent do you think has a bigger impact, Ojulari, Uche?
I'm going to say Azeez Ojulari, just because we've seen more consistency from him in his career. Now, injuries are a factor, but he has 22 career sacks. He's 25 years old. He's a situational player, but there was a season, I believe, when he was a rookie, when he played in 16 games, he played over 700 snaps. So you've seen it before. Whereas someone like Josh Uche, his best season came in 2022. He had 11.5 sacks. He also played a career high in snaps. That was 38% of the Patriots' snaps. But that's really what he is. He's a situational player, and so is Ojulari, to be fair, but I think Uche is probably better suited to kind of sprinkle in and have a handful of snaps where he can really be purely a pass rusher, because he doesn't give you a lot in terms of run defense. But if he's your fourth edge rusher, I think you can make that work.
Okay, so Uche had 11.5 sacks in 2022. Can Vic Fangio unlock that version of him, or is he no longer that level of player?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because he had 11.5 sacks that year, and then the 2 years combined after that, it was just 5 sacks. Now, you can look a little bit deeper into it and maybe suggest that, okay, maybe he wasn't a scheme fit for the Chiefs, or he fell out of favor in New England, whatever. But what I've seen from him on tape is a player who's wildly inconsistent, and that's why you see the contract sort of reflect that. Now, there's something to be said for being placed into a new defense with a winning culture and a defensive coordinator who is going to optimize what you do well. But what we've also learned from Vic Fangio is that if you can't fit or if you can't play, you're going to find that out pretty quickly, because we learned that early on with Bryce Huff when you weren't seeing the impact in training camp, and that translated into, you saw the usage, the reduction of usage in the regular season. So we'll find out. We have to learn if he's even a fit for this defense and how they plan to utilize him. But I think that there is a path to him sort of unlocking the potential that you saw back in 2022. He's not going to play enough, in all likelihood, barring something unforeseen, to be able to put up that kind of production. But I think you feel pretty good about him joining forces with Vic Fangio and outside linebackers, defensive ends coach Jeremiah Washburn, who's done a tremendous job with development.
Well, then back to, Ojulari and Uche was the original question. Uche at 11.5 sacks. If Ojulari can stay healthy enough, what type of impact could he have? Or is he a guy that will be more situational, and that's just Jalix Hunt's spot?
I think he would be more so situational. Now, could he have a smattering of sacks, like 4 or 5? Sure. We have to learn about the player and how he fits into the defensive equation. But I really do think, you mentioned Jalix Hunt, Mike, I think that's a player that the Eagles are really high on. And for a younger player like that, I think you want to give him all of those opportunities to really grow and work through some of those challenges and growing pains, because he is part of the future. And I think you don't want to shortchange him in any degree, in any regard, by working in a player who's signed to a one-year deal. Probably isn't part of your long-term plans. I think he's going to have a role, Azeez Ojulari, that is, but I just don't know how significant it's going to be. But they're going to probably have to, just looking at the edge rusher group, he has to be able to give you something, because beyond the top three, there's questions.
Yeah, well, let's get into questions about one of those guys. Antoine Powell-Ryland, big college numbers. Is he a guy that can sneak into this rotation, or is this kind of a development year? You know, last year we didn't think Hunt would have any impact, but is Antoine Powell-Ryland, who did have very good college success and good college numbers, does he factor in this for you over the two guys we've been talking about, Ojulari and Uche?
I don't think that he's going to be able to leapfrog. Definitely, I don't think he's going to leapfrog both. He may leapfrog maybe Josh Uche, but that is a tall order to ask for a day 3 pick. Now, does he have upside? Sure he does. But there are shortcomings to his game. He doesn't have the length that you typically look for. I love his motor. I love his pass rush prowess, but he does leave something to be desired when it comes to playing the run. And those are things that a rookie and any young player really has to really learn. And the only way you learn about how you're going to acquit yourself is by getting those reps. So I think he's probably going to be more along the lines of a project, but somebody that I think the fact that he was drafted by the Eagles, I think you feel pretty good about him sticking with the roster this year. But he's also going to have to contribute on special teams, because I don't really see, again, barring something unforeseen, him really factoring into the defensive rotation.
Is there a under-the-radar edge rusher that you're going to have your eye on when you get to camp?
Well, Powell-Ryland would be one, but I don't really consider him under the radar because he was a draft pick. I guess if I had to pick one between KJ Henry or O'Shawn Mathis, it would probably be O'Shawn Mathis. He has good length at 6'5", 260 pounds. He's played in 14 NFL games, played in one game for the Eagles last season. I don't know that there's a path to him being able to really unseat any of the players above him. But as far as under-the-radar players go, who does have some experience, that's somebody that I'll be keeping an eye on.
Training camp begins on the 23rd. That'll be the first day the Eagles get out on the field. They report on the 22nd. Football at 4 will be all over it, and the guys from the Inside the Birds podcast have plenty of coverage right now over at InsideTheBirds.com. He's Andrew DeCecco. Have a great holiday, man, and we will talk to you next week.
Thanks, Mike. Happy 4th. Talk to you soon, man.
Same to you. There's Andrew DeCecco, and, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast you can check out on all podcasting platforms right here on the Sports Bash. Our Football at 4, of course, is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Josh, we have a winner of the tickets to go see Joe Conklin down in Wildwood. The comedian will be down in Wildwood, and a family 4-pack of tickets is going out to our winner of this week's Stump the Sports Bash.
Joe and Kate May.
Stump the Sports Geek, by the way. Joe
Same
and
difference.
Kate May. He answered 5.
He was the first one to answer 5.
Yes, he got 5, or he said that Josh would get 5 questions right. He was the first person to text in 5, and he is this week's winner of the tickets to go see Joe Conklin down in Wildwood on July the 11th. So congratulations to Joe and Kate May. 5 questions right for Josh. Now, somebody texted in, our good buddy Phil, who listens in Brigantine. He says, Mike, Josh, most of your listeners, like me, think they know sports, especially Philly sports, until these segments started and we realized we definitely do not. Hans who? Hans Kraus, but you didn't get that right.
I didn't get that one right either. But I do remember that conversation back in 2021 because he was like the 7th best prospect or whatever in the Rangers organization.
Yeah, he was a guy that when the Phillies got him included in that deal somehow, people were like, how'd they get him in that deal too?
Now you know why.
A couple Irish goodbye texts, 609-403-0973. Is the Irish goodbye acceptable? Got this text, Irish goodbye acceptable as long as you do goodbye to the host of the party or who the party is for. But I agree. I ain't trying to goodbye 20, 30, or 40 different people. You okay with that answer?
Because he's not ghosting the whole place.
Yeah, he said goodbye to the host.
I always said, you say goodbye to the host and the people you were already talking to. Now, look.
Like, so if you were in a little circle the whole night,
Right.
and that was your little circle for the night, you would say to those people,
Correct.
hey, good talking to you tonight.
Exactly.
Nick from Delaware says, I'm an Irish goodbye pro. Never have their feelings been hurt. Well, they don't say their feelings are hurt.
How would you know? You never say bye to them.
That's right.
You would never know.
Josh is totally right. Unless at a party you don't know anyone, that's it. Jack and Kate May Courthouse. So you go to a party you show up to, you don't know anybody. Maybe you know like one person, the person who invited you.
Right.
Still say goodbye to them, though.
Well, like for example, if you go to a party, right, and let's say there's 40 people, there's probably going to be someone there that you don't end up talking to. You're not going to say bye to that person. I get that.
Luke in Atlantic City says, my whole family is Irish, and if I left the barbecue tomorrow without saying goodbye to everyone, I'd hear about it. Got to say goodbye.
Got to say goodbye.
Let somebody know you left. You know why? Because then at least that person knows you left okay.
But it's also a courtesy. It's like, hey, I'm acknowledging you. I appreciate you.
But it's a safety thing, too. Like, what happened to Luke?
That's
I
true.
don't know. He never left. I didn't know he left. You want to know, like, hey, I'm sober. I'm not leaving. I'm
not wandering off.
Not capable of driving, right? You want to make sure that someone's safe enough to say, hey, man, you've had too much to drink.
Right.
You can't go, or whatever. Like, that's why the Irish goodbye is an unacceptable form. You want to let somebody know that you're okay when you left. Hey, I've at least had eyes on him when I saw him walk out the door.
See, the other problem with Canty is the fact that Canty supports this idea makes it even worse. Because what you're basically saying, Chris Canty, is you're an antisocial individual. You don't actually want to be there to be with people. You just showed up for the free food and left.
Is Earnshaw an Irish goodbyer? He joins us for the Nuggets next on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Stick around. I have my happy hour Friday beer of the week. You're not going to want to miss. It's the highest ranked beer I've ever had. All right, 4:30 on your Thursday. This is kind of our Friday. We're off tomorrow. We got Subway Series baseball for you right here on 97.3 ESPN. See if the Mets can keep pace with the Phils. Phils have a day game tomorrow, by the way. Phils and Reds on the 4th. Phils off tonight. I'm sure we'll talk a little Phils. By the way, got a text message here from Paul in Millville. He says, I am the king of the Irish goodbye. I actually Irish goodbyed my own 30th birthday party last week. Most of the time, my Irish goodbyes happen when the party has gone on 3 hours later than it was supposed to, and no one's leaving. I'm a big advocate, he says, for the Irish goodbye. Big fan of the Irish goodbye. Is Nick Earnshaw an Irish goodbyer? He joins us now for today's Knicks Nuggets. Brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Now, I peg you for an Irish goodbyer. I know for sure. You know who's an Irish goodbyer? I just thought about this. Rothstein. Rothstein is an Irish goodbyer to the epic levels. He doesn't even wait around to say goodbye like in a non-party atmosphere. He just takes off. Show's over. Not a goodbye. I'll see you next week. I'll see you tomorrow. Nothing.
Yeah, he's a big Irish goodbye. I'll tell you what, though, I'm a big fan of the Irish goodbye. Love an Irish goodbye here and there, especially in bigger settings. Massive Irish goodbye in those bigger settings. You're at a house party. I think house parties, you should be able to Irish goodbye every single time. I don't need to go say, I don't need to say goodbye to everybody. Whoever's maybe right there, like, all right, say it, and I'm out. I don't need to say bye to 30 people. There's no need for it. No need. I said hello. I did my rounds at the beginning. I don't need to do it again and rehash everything because you know what? You're going to get stuck in all these conversations heading out the door. Nobody wants that. You want to go home and go to bed.
See, Nick, you're full of BS in this conversation because I've been out with you numerous times in numerous social settings. You have never Irish goodbyed in any of those settings, whether it's Mike Gill's house party, whether it is us being out at the locker room with Billy Schwam at La Scala's. Like every social setting I've been with you at, you have never Irish goodbyed once.
House party, Irish goodbye over. That's why I said a bigger setting, I'm Irish goodbying. Weddings, oh yeah, I'm Irish goodbye. I think that is the clear.
See, he's making this up, Mike. I think he's making this up. I am not making this up.
How am I full of it? I've Irish goodbye plenty of times.
Here is my thought on this. Earnshaw's too nice of a guy to Irish goodbye.
No,
like, he'll feel bad. Like, no, he's got to go say goodbye to everybody. Like, nice to see you. Oh, thanks for having me. He's just such a nice person.
Sometimes the host, I will go up and say bye to. But other than that, I'm out. I don't need to say bye to the other 30 people at the function. I just don't have to. I don't have to. If it's a
very on brand for you. You understand that, right?
Listen. Big setting, I'm out. I don't want to be bothered. If it's a massive setting, smaller settings, like a couple people there, like 10, 15 people, maybe not so much a big Irish goodbye. But you're going 20, 30 people, big Irish goodbye. 40 people, Irish goodbye. At a bar, when it's like you're out late, etc., you're with a bunch of friends, a group, but you're ready to go and you're ready to bounce with your buddy, Irish goodbye. Easy, I'm out. Don't need to say goodbye. Don't need to.
Nah, see, the bar Irish goodbye is the worst one because people need to know that you are getting home safely.
Send a text when you get home. It's fine. You can Irish goodbye and go. I've done that plenty of times. I'm usually the DD, so I mean, that's usually me. I'm usually the DD anyway. I get my crew and we're out. Let's go. See ya.
I can't see Earnshaw coming to a house party and just blowing the person off. I can't see it happening.
No,
Too nice of a guy. Too nice of a guy.
Close friends of mine, I've done it too. Close friends, like high school buddies, college buddies. Yeah, in college, oh my God, I would do it all the time at college. College, I was out.
Yeah, see, I can see Earnshaw just saying, all right, I've had my fill. I'm out of here. Gone.
Yes. I get made fun of for that. I've gone during parties, during functions, maybe at my own place, gone to bed. Irish goodbye, gone to bed.
So you host the party, you also go to bed at your own party.
Absolutely. Has definitely
That's
happened.
just weird, dude.
Just absolutely happened.
Whenever we host a party at the house, I can't go to bed until everybody's out the door.
Maybe because I'm 24 years old at this point. Like, I don't care.
I've had enough. No, well, you would stay open. Like, you would stay up the latest. Like, at 24, you should be the last one up.
Right.
No, I'm usually one of the first to go to bed. I'm like, I'm done. I've had it.
Well, right now at 973 ESPN, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day had to do with the Irish goodbye, which refers to the act of leaving a social gathering without saying goodbye to the host or other attendees. Is the Irish goodbye acceptable? 57% say yes, 42% say no. Savages.
Yeah, I'm in on the Irish goodbye. I have no issue with an Irish goodbye, especially in larger settings. Larger settings, I think it's okay. If it's a more intimate function, then I think you got to say bye to somebody. You have to. It's more intimate. I'm out on the Irish goodbye. The larger the setting, I'm all in on the Irish goodbye.
Yeah, I would say if we were doing a Hall of Fame of Irish goodbyers, Rothstein would be in a class all by himself. He may be the biggest perpetrator of the Irish goodbye.
See, the GOAT of Irish goodbyes. He might be the best.
I don't know that I've met anybody who's more Irish goodbye than that guy. I mean, he Irish goodbyes when there's only two of you.
Yeah, he does it in the intimate setting. I can't do it in the intimate setting. I
like
can't
you're standing right next to him 1 minute, you turn around to put your stuff in the bag, you get back up, you turn around, you say, where did he go?
Yeah, that's a whole nother level. I'm talking big picture, big event, I will Irish goodbye. Like weddings, I think are the clear-cut sign. Bars with a big group, I'm out. See ya.
All right, well, Irish goodbye. Is it acceptable? Vote at 973 ESPN or send us a text, 609-403-0973. I'm imagining this weekend is a big Irish goodbye weekend.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a big, big Irish goodbye weekend.
What are the roads like right now? What are the roads like right now?
I'll tell you what. I drove around 10:30, 11 a.m. The expressway already backed up where I'm at. Yeah, already backed up. So you're going to be if you're taking the expressway, it's going to be tough. It was bad this morning, so I can't even imagine what it's like right now. So
yeah,
with that, we'll transition the Irish goodbye into Nick Castellanos. Is he going to be saying sayonara at the trade deadline? A couple of rumors going around. It was, of course, when I get off Nuggets, I see this drops on social media with a report. Jim Bowden saying, quote, the Castellanos rumors just never go away. And for that reason alone, multiple GMs think there's a chance he could get moved if Philadelphia can find a better right field option. Now, this one's fascinating to me because the Phillies have a problem with right-handed bats. It's not like a luxury on this team and on this roster. Remember, he's also his own agent, too. He got rid of Scott Boras. So that's another interesting angle to this whole thing as well. And there was a story when Jim Bowden came out with something before, because remember, he was the GM of the Reds at one point when there was rumors around Castellanos. He had sent Dave Dombrowski a text, Castellanos did. So that's where we're at with Castellanos. They could move him. There's rumors, and I'm shocked that they just never go away. That was the key quote in there. And the lack of righties, not this year. They can't trade him at the deadline this year. Now, if you want to go in the offseason and move Castellanos, I think that would make more sense. But at this moment, I don't see them moving on from Casty. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
There's a lot here. We talked about this with Bob Wankel earlier in the show, and to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
But I wouldn't be adverse to it.
Oh, I know you wouldn't be adverse to it.
Did you hear Bob earlier today?
I was in and out of Bob's segment. So what did he say about Casty?
He has left. No major league player has left more runners on base this year than Nick Castellanos.
Oh, see, I love a Bob tweet during the games too. Nothing like a Bob Wankel tweet during a Phillies baseball game.
It was a good little interjection that he brought up here on the show, which is he leaves more players on base than anybody in baseball. That being said, I would not be adverse. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That I'll say first, okay? Number one, it doesn't make a lot of sense what he's saying in that it just doesn't jive to me. And I'll explain to you. Okay, all right, so here's the quote. The Castellanos rumors just never go away, and for that reason alone, multiple GMs think there's a chance he could get moved. Number one, do any of those GMs have any interest in Nick Castellanos?
That's what I mean. I don't know. I mean, this is an interesting quote to me because you also, he might leave all his runners on, but the defense is awful too. It's been a big part of the issue. He's not a great defender. He never was a great defender. So that's a problem.
Forget that. He has a horrible contract. He has a contract that nobody wants. That's number one. So number one, multiple GMs think there's a chance you could get moved to Philadelphia. You can find a better right field option. So then this to me would be, are you only finding a player that can play right field and that could not play also left field?
Well, aren't you creating another problem?
And in the trade, you're getting this right fielder back and sending Castellanos to that team? It just doesn't make sense to me that if you could find a better right field option, why would the other team take on the worst player of the lesser player in the deal with that contract? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and if they were to move him, whether it's this year, during the season, whether it's in the offseason, they're eating that contract. They're going to have to eat at least half of it. They're going to have to eat the $10 million because you would get $20 million next year. That contract's massive for a guy who can't play defense. And like Bob said, he leaves runners on base. So and it wouldn't make sense right now. You keep Castellanos for the rest of this season. I don't know what his trade value. You're not going to get a ton for him at this point. So this whole rumor's confusing to me.
It's confusing for the reason of it says if they can find a better right field option. What better? Now, listen, I'm not the biggest Castellanos guy in the world at this moment in time, but if I could get a better right field option, yes, I would do it. But that would make you have to trade your current right field option to get the right field option. You're swapping right fielders. So that doesn't make sense to me. Now, I said, yes, I would trade for a better right field option to move Castellanos, and you would say, well, what about center field and left? If the guy I got in return does what I was hoping Castellanos would do, that would be okay. In other words, this guy is a right-handed bat that hits fourth in the lineup and pushes everybody down one. So now it lengthens the lineup. Instead of Bohm hitting fourth, Bohm now hits fifth. Instead of Castellanos hitting fifth, Bohm is now fifth, and now everybody's back one because the new player is hitting above Bohm. That's what you really need.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they're not going to get somebody better than Castellanos back. They could get a package maybe for him. That goes back to his trade value. Do you really think that you're going to replace Castellanos with somebody better at this point right now in right field, specifically a right-handed bat? It's a lot you're asking for. It's a lot you're asking for. And that's why this rumor is just very confusing to me. If you were to trade Castellanos, maybe you get something else, an infielder, a pitcher, a package of young players maybe. Sure. But I think swapping right fielders, what team would want to swap right fielders for Nick Castellanos at this point, right? So that's why it's confusing to me at this point. And if you were to trade Castellanos, let's say you get other positions back, aren't you now opening up right field? Now that becomes an issue. What are you going to platoon right field with what you get back? I mean, it just the scenarios here just aren't adding up. But what's fascinating to me is that they just never go away. What do you mean they just never go away? They're always floating out there? That was fascinating to me.
I agree with that. I don't know that I've ever heard of Nick Castellanos rumors because, quite frankly, no one would be dumb enough to want to trade for Nick Castellanos.
Yeah, and now you have, he got benched the other day, right? Like a couple weeks ago, that whole thing. How is that marinating in the clubhouse? It seems like it's been okay. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know that really has lingered at all.
You don't think it plays into it at all for these trade rumors to just pop out of nowhere?
Well, I don't know that they're popping out of nowhere. He's saying they just never go away. In other words, like as if in major league circles that this is a name that just keeps coming up. I've never heard it once. Now, that doesn't mean, I hear every single rumor.
Right. This is crazy. This one was interesting to me. And, he didn't sign Scott Boras. Ranger Suarez signed Scott Boras. Nick Castellanos let him go. So he's his own agent here. So I wonder what Nick Castellanos, the agent, is doing in this scenario, Mike.
Yeah, I don't know. This one to me, look, I think if the Phillies could get a better option out there, I said this before. I tweeted this out. I got to find this tweet a couple of weeks ago. In that Nick Castellanos, I said they need an upgrade at second, left, center, right, and catcher. In other words, if they can get a better player than any one of those players, you make the deal. You just say, I'll do it. And so yes, if you can find a better player than Nick Castellanos, you do it. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't think it's realistic.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think that player's going to be out there for Nick Castellanos in a deal, especially in right field. So, all right, fascinating stuff there with Castellanos. We'll move along to nugget number 2. All right, Mike, home run derby participants are starting to come out, right? It's that time of year. 4th of July is tomorrow. It means all-star games. It's going to be here in just about a week or so. So we're getting close. Home run derby participants so far: Ronald Acuna Jr., Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, and Washington's James Wood at this point. So those are 3 really good names. I want to see hit some dingers in their home run derby. So, I mean, we had Alec Boehm last year in the derby as a Phillies representative. Do they ask Kyle Schwarber, and does Kyle Schwarber go back into the home run derby? And would you like to see Kyle Schwarber in the derby this year, especially with all those names that are piling up so far?
Yeah, I mean, this is a good lineup of home run derby
Yeah.
guys. So, yeah, if you end up getting somebody like Schwarber in there and has he ever been in the derby?
I believe he's been in the derby before. I'm pretty sure he has. It might have been with the Cubs. I think he was in the derby.
All right, well, yeah, if last year you had Boehm, so if you can get Schwarber in there. I'm not like one of these guys that gets all nervous when a guy goes in the derby of what it's going to do to their swing.
No, he was in 2022 with the Phillies. That's right. He did do it with the fight in his first year here. He had the swing off or whatever, right? He got to the last round.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's way back there now. It was 3 years ago at this point. But I think you need a Phillies representative, and you want the top talent in the derby, right? You want like the Judges of the world. You want the Schwarbers, the guys who can mash the baseball. And, I would like to see him every year. Pete Alonso's done it, right? Like, he's done it a ton. He's won it. He's kind of like become the de facto king. And I hate saying that about a New York Met. Hate saying it. So I would like to see Schwarber in it this year, especially if all those big names are doing it. Because the MLB is very different than the NBA. The MLB can get their stars to be in the home run derby. The NBA, I mean, I don't even know who the heck is a part of some of those competitions. I used to love, and I think a lot of people loved the dunk contest. And people love the derby, but the derby, you get actual names still, even though it's changed a little bit of the rules over the past couple years. It could be better, but the dunk contest has just been brutal. It's just faded away.
I'll tell you this. The one thing the derby, by the way, the derby is going to be interesting because that's part of the ESPN Sunday Night Baseball contract. Where does the derby go next year? Where will it be aired moving forward here, the home run derby? Because ESPN, and that deal is up after the end of this year. That's number one. Number two, the derby misses Berman. You need Chris Berman back on the home run derby and kind of like, you need the old back. Without that, it's just Carl Ravitch just kind of boring your way through the derby. You need a little color and a little flair in the home run derby. That's what I think the derby kind of lacks a little bit too. The dunk contest is, way gone by. So derby over dunk contest, no question about it. Although both of them losing Berman to do the home run derby. But what's going to happen to the home run derby once the ESPN contract is up? That's what I'm saying. This could be the last year of the derby on ESPN anyway.
Yeah, no, it could. It definitely could be the last one. So with that, I think the derby, though, it just, when you're able to get stars and people want to see stars, that's why the derby's more entertaining than the dunk contest, and it will continue to be because you're getting those stars. The NBA dunk contest has fallen off. Yeah,
you need Chris Berman back, though. That's what I was saying. Yeah. By the way, Schwarber lost Harper in the 2018 home run derby.
Oh, that's right. My gosh, we're pulling all these nuggets out of here. I need him back in. Let's put him back in. I want to see stars. I want to see guys hit dingers. Now, next year, you're going to need a Philly in there. Absolutely. I mean, it's the home team. Is Schwarber going to be a Philadelphia Philly next year? That's another question.
That's a good question. And yes, you're right. By the way, the All-Star game is in Philly next year. So Can they get a player to be in the home run derby representing them next year. I probably would imagine that Harper might want to do it in his home. Harper's definitely a panderer.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it. Harper's going to have to do it next year if it's at home. All right, I'll leave you with this. Final nugget, nugget number 3. I was doing some what's going on in this day in history. In 1993, the Philadelphia Phillies, around the same time, played the San Diego Padres. They played on July 3rd. They finished from July 2nd to July 3rd, finished 3 games in a 24-hour span. Did you remember this, Mike? 1993, around this time, they started a game. It was because of rain, 8.5 hours by 6 hours of rain delays. They started at 1:03 a.m., and that was the first game of the doubleheader, starting on the second. They then go to a second game that started at 1:30 a.m. on July 3rd, and then finished the night game that was scheduled for that day in 24 hours. 3 games the Phillies played.
Yeah, of course I remember. Mitch Williams got the game-winning hit in extra innings of the second game of the doubleheader. Went to 4:41 in the morning. This is one of the most memorable games of that season, that 93 team. It's all part of the 93 team lore, is that this 4:41 doubleheader was in the mix of it. Now, we talked about this yesterday, Boop stats, that the Phillies had won 4 straight nightcaps of the doubleheader and 6 out of 10 or 6 out of something against the Padres. So you knew they were winning that second game last night. But yeah, everybody knows the 4:41 in the morning game. That's one of the most famous Phillies games in the last 50 years.
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because it was on this date, July 3rd, 1993.
All right. Well, there you go. Enjoy the so what are you doing for the 4th? Anything good?
I'll be at the cousin's house tomorrow. So a little barbecue, hanging out, all that type of stuff. So it'll be a good time.
Yeah, all right. Well, enjoy that. Enjoy the day off, everybody out there. Be safe. I know it's already wild out there. I drove through Margate last night. That was a mistake.
Oh, not great.
It was like
not
Frogger.
Great July 4th weekend. Oh, man. Get through there. All right, Mike.
It was terrible. And that was on Wednesday. I don't even want to know what it looks like now or tomorrow.
Insane.
4th of July should never fall on a Friday. They just got to move it.
Yeah, just move it to like the 6th. Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
Sunday.
Terrible. Yeah. All right. Well, enjoy it, Nuggets. Irish goodbye this weekend.
I will. I'll let you know when I do it next.
See ya. All right, there's this week's today's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on the X platform at Mike Gill Show and be a part of the show each and every day. Text the board at 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. That's the text board. That's how you get involved. What is Mick Abel's future? What is Andrew Painter's future? What is Justin Crawford's future? We'll discuss that and more coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Plus, it's a happy hour Friday edition on a Thursday. I got my favorite picks for you guys, and I have one beer that I have ranked higher than any other beer I've had. I had it on Saturday. I will share that with you in the 5 o'clock hour. That's all coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. And my Bet365 play of the day coming up in about 45 minutes. All right, 5 o'clock, final hour of the week for us here. The Sports Bash off tomorrow, but you get a couple baseball games, Subway Series, Locker Room on Saturday, Hanging with Henning on Saturday, and, of course, Sports Bash will be back on Monday. Hopefully, everybody's safe. I would love to hear where you're listening right now. In the car, what's the traffic like where you are? Let us know. 609-403-0973. Where are you? What exit are you hanging out on? And what is the traffic like? Let us know on the text board, 609-403-0973. I like Luke in Atlantic City. I'm heading from Longport to AC. Absolutely horrible invasion. Yeah, it was bad last night. It was awful last night. It was bad. Like, people are just obtuse. Just get out of the road. You know, the road is not a walkway. Where are you driving right now? If you're listening to the show, where are you? Let us know. We'll read them off later on, 609-403-0973. We'll try to help people out with the traffic problems that are probably going on out there. In the meantime and in between time, let's do a little Phillies as we take a look at this team on an off day, on a day where they split the doubleheader, and we take a look at all the big questions, including Andrew Painter, Mick Abel, Justin Crawford, what this team looks like.
Go into the offseason, see what presents itself. Maybe he's a guy that works his way into the back end of the rotation moving forward. The whole book on him, though, is that he struggles with command, and he walked a high number of batters per nine in the minor leagues last season. It was a little better this year, still not very good. And he came up, and his control was very good those first couple times out, but you saw it against the Mets. His command was bad within the strike zone and got pummeled. And then you saw it yesterday against the Padres. His command was bad outside of the strike zone. Couldn't get anybody out. Couldn't throw the fastball for a strike where he wanted to. And that's where the concern is. And if you talk about making him a bullpen piece, how much do you trust a guy that's walking 4 or 5 batters in 2 innings?
Yeah, I know that he's going to be interesting because he'll have one more start scheduled. I would imagine he makes that start. Bob, will that be his last start?
I don't know. I think he will make that next start. I think that there's a world where they get out of the All-Star break. Maybe they allow him to make 1 or 2 more. I will say this. I don't think that Mick Abel's in the starting rotation come the end of July. So whether or not it's one more start or 3 more starts, I don't know. But I don't think he's a starting pitcher in this rotation come August 1.
Okay, so after the break, you got the All-Star break coming up. The Phillies can now reshuffle their deck and kind of line it back up the way they do. How do they do that? Do they do 3 lefties back to back to back? Is Mick Abel in between them right now? He would be the 3rd guy, essentially. Or is that when Andrew Painter gets that call and goes, Wheeler, whatever lefty you like in the number 2 spot, do you go back-to-back lefties? Do you put a Painter or an Abel in that spot? Do you go 3 lefties in a row? What's that rotation look like?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out of the break not using Wheeler game 1 in order to break up some of that left-handedness. So it's not Wheeler and then 3 lefties and then, Abel or whoever that other guy is. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw one of those lefties come out of the gates. That being said, as far as the Painter question, Phillies at the beginning of this season said July-ish when asked about Andrew Painter's timeline. And Andrew Painter hasn't been perfect in AAA, but at the same time, he hasn't really shown you anything that would make you say, well, I don't think that he can contribute to this team as a 5th starter or a 6th starter even. So I have to take the Phillies at their word and simply say, well, if the timeline is July-ish, then sometime out of the All-Star break, we should see this guy. And that's the way I would kind of diagnose it in this moment.
Yeah, it's funny because they kind of threw that out. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be up here, but you wonder if Abel's performance changed it because, somebody messaged in yesterday, texted in regarding the AAA numbers. And, I've always been kind of like, I don't put a lot of stock in AAA numbers. Not that I disregard them, but Justin Crawford's up there hitting .420 against lefties. It's not getting him called up. So they're obviously saying, look, I'm not putting a lot of stock in them right now. They're not going to put a lot of stock in Painter's numbers either. Like, if he's got an ERA where it is now and a whip where it is now, those numbers don't justify – his AAA numbers don't justify him being called up. But that wouldn't preclude them from doing it, though, right?
I don't think so. I don't look at his numbers and put a whole ton of stock in them. The thing I'm looking at is, like, the stuff. Stuff excellent. Everyone that's seen him in person raves about the stuff. He's striking out more than a batter per inning. I don't think that the numbers are a consideration at this point. I really just think it comes down to the timeline. Comfortable? Is he ready? Do they feel like he's on track? And I will just say this. I don't think that they have to bring him up just because Mick Abel is struggling. I mean, certainly that may be a minor part of the equation, but when you step back and look at what the Phillies rotation is right now and how good it's been, I don't think you have to overreact to the rookie 5th starter having ups and downs, which is what it's been. It's been up and it's been down. They're still first in wins above replacement, fielding independent pitching. They have the best ERA as a starting staff in the National League, number 2 in baseball, behind only the Rangers. And if guys in the NL, starting pitchers in the National League this season have thrown at least 70 innings. They have 3 guys in the top 10 of ERA, Ranger Suarez, Zach Wheeler, and Christopher Sanchez. So those guys have been so good that I think you can deal with a little volatility in that 5 spot.
No doubt. Yeah. I mean, I know Rob was asked how many of the All-Stars, all of them, which ones really, though? Probably 3 of them. I mean, Suarez, Sanchez, and Wheeler, you might all see those guys. And then it begs the other thing is, like, where does Sanchez fit in here? People talk about trading him, moving him to the bullpen. Is he the second best guy? Then Sanchez last night says, hey, what about me? Don't forget me over here. So they really have a unique situation here, one that I don't know that there is any wrong answers.
No, I don't think so. If it were up to me, if you said rank them out right now, I still go by stuff. And I like guys that can miss bats when they want to miss bats. And that Sanchez changeup to me is the differentiator. I mean, I love Ranger Suarez. I think he has all the intangibles. He's certainly productive. He was arguably the best pitcher in the National League in the month of June. And I know it went to Zach Wheeler. So Wheeler to me might be the best pitcher that I've seen in terms of duration and the whole package in a Phillies uniform in the last, 40 years. And then after him, I think it's for me, Sanchez, then Suarez, just because of the stuff, and then Luzardo. So you start talking about a playoff scenario. Hey, if one of these guys had to move to the bullpen, who do you think it'd be? And I have a feeling that it would be Luzardo in this moment.
All right, Bob, I want to get into Crawford a little bit here. The way I see it, it's odd. It's interesting because Kepler hits a homer yesterday, and Brandon Marsh goes out of his way to tell us how good Kepler is and how glad they are that he's on this baseball team, which tip of the cap to the two lefties in the platoon going yard last night. But ultimately, at the trade deadline, is Justin Crawford here, a trade piece? And if he's not traded, is he in center field on August 1st and Max Kepler is gone?
I actually think that we're in a spot where Kepler being here almost precludes Crawford from being here. Let me start by saying this. Like, there's nothing else that he can do at AAA in terms of the stats, in terms of batting average. He's hitting lefties over 400, right? Like, he's doing everything in terms of the stat line. He hits a ton of ground balls, though, and I do think that there are some questions about how that translates to the major league level. Also, this Phillies team needs a ton of help offensively. Probably they need more slug. Justin does not slug. So it's like, is he really fixing the problem? And the reason why I have Kepler and Crawford kind of not working together on the roster is because Brandon Marsh is swinging the bat well. So what are you doing with Brandon Marsh if Crawford's up here? And if he's up here, he's playing every day. Well, you can't play Marsh and Kepler. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense because they're both in left field. So something's got to give here.
Absolutely. So that's why I wonder, does Crawford just go to center field? You're the center fielder. Marsh goes to left, platoons with Kemp, and Kepler is gone.
I think it will depend on what, like, the corresponding move. Like, are you able to find that impact bat on the market? Because, you know, you look at the Phillies and they're about middle of the pack in terms of power this season, in terms of hitting home runs, right? Well, Max Kepler is not exactly lighting the world on fire. In fact, I'd say he's a below average hitter at this point in his career. That being said, he does have 10 home runs, and that makes him one of the Phillies' best power options right now. So if you're going to eliminate him, whether DFA or trade him for a bag of balls, you better have a solution in order to offset some of that, because it's not Brandon Marsh. I know Brandon Marsh went like 425 to dead center last night, but he's got 3 home runs this year. So you have to have some way to aid that power gap if you lose Kepler.
Absolutely. Now, the other guy over in right field there is Nick Castellanos, and oddly enough, there was a article yesterday about the Nick Castellanos rumors just never go away. Now, I don't know that I've ever really heard Nick Castellanos rumors. Have you? Like, am I missing something here? Like, is his name always come up in trade rumors, or is, you know, what do I make of that?
I think that it's not that the Phillies are actively saying, let's get rid of Nick Castellanos or we want to make a deal, but I think it has a lot to do with the contract. And it's like, if we can clear at this point now, halfway through, he's got about $10 million due to him the remainder of the year, and then another 20 next year. If we can free up that cash, you know, maybe that's something we consider if the right deal came along. That being said, I mean, Nick Castellanos has had a decent season. He's got a 768 OPS right now. They struggle from the right side as it is. So subtracting Nick Castellanos doesn't really seem like a palatable proposition, even though he's a flawed baseball player. In fact, no player in Major League Baseball this season has left more runners on base than Nick Castellanos. But he's still their best option right now.
Say that again.
No player in Major League Baseball this season has left more runners on base than Nick Castellanos.
Oof.
So, yeah, I mean, you look at the Phillies and what they do well and what they've done well is they get on base. And those guys at the top of the lineup have all done a good job, except for Bryson Stott when he was there, at getting on base. So Castellanos has 46 runs batted in this season. That's okay. But he hits with a lot of runners on.
I did not know that stat. That's very interesting. Now, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, and when I saw this, Jim Bowden wrote it over at The Athletic. Said the Castellanos rumors never go away. For that reason alone, multiple GMs think there's a chance he could get moved to Philadelphia. He could find a better right field option. My question for those multiple GMs is, do any of you multiple GMs or any other GMs have any interest in trading for Nick Castellanos? Would another team want him?
It's so tough. I mean, you know, would I want to pay $20 million a season for Nick Castellanos? No. But at the same time, I mean, he's been a decent hitter for this team this season. And I mean, you know, forget the resume, forget what he's done since he was in the league, coming in as a rookie in 2013 and playing his first full year in 2014. And you just look at his numbers this year, he's done some decent things for these guys. So it's not like the guy can't hit, but the defensive issues and limitations are real, whether or not he wants to admit to them. And he's not the impact hitter that you would truly hoped he'd be. So,
well, that's what I brought up yesterday, Bob, is, okay, if they can find a better right field option. So, in other words, that's where it's weird to me. If you found another right field option, how many players only play right field and not left field? That's number one. So if I made a trade, there's a lot here. Does the team I send out want Nick Castellanos? Are they giving me a right fielder that only plays right field in return? This is where this seems like a lot of this whole paragraph written makes not a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess the only way I could really see them subtracting a player of Castellanos' caliber, I guess at least relative to this current lineup, would be if it was like a true impact player. Like, so say you bring in a Byron Buxton, and I'll use him as an example because he's having a great year, and he's 31. He's in his prime. He's got 19 homers this year. He's a stud. Now, he gets hurt all the time, and that's the issue. But if you look at the Twins, they're one of the few teams right now in baseball in that middle ground that are really starting to fade. So maybe they would consider making a deal on him. Like if you could bring in a Buxton, then you say, all right, maybe I lose Castellanos somehow. Like you maybe not a deal to Minnesota, but you might move on from him if you had that impact bat in place, a guy that was a true upgrade offensively. But I don't think that's going to happen. Like I'd be stunned if Nick Castellanos wasn't on his team in August.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So in other words, I can see it if you had an upgrade to Castellanos. In other words, a guy who can hit fourth and not fifth or sixth. In other words, you got this guy, and now he hits fourth behind Harper. Bohm moves to fifth, and then your 7, 8, 9 guys aren't nearly as important if batter 4 is more impactful than the guy leaving the most runners on base.
Yeah, I think that when you see like these rumors persist, you go back to what happened at the end of last year, and I think everybody kind of agreed this team needs a shakeup. It has to have a different look, a different feel. And you consider that Castellanos is underwhelmed to a degree offensively, and then you consider the defensive liabilities and limitations. And he would just be a guy that you look at and say, if we could make a deal, if something presented itself, we would consider it, even though he's considered to be one of the more prominent players in the clubhouse. I think that's all it really was. Like, how do we change the look and feel? People looked at Bohm. He was the one that everybody talked about. Center field, maybe you do something a little bit different. Obviously, they didn't end up doing anything. But I think that right field was that under-the-radar scenario. And I could see a world where when you get to November this year, the Phillies say, we have 1 year left. We really want to change the look and feel. We want to free up a little bit of cash. Maybe we can't get rid of all $20 million, but if we could swallow some of it, clear maybe 15, give us a little bit more flexibility in how we build this team next year and refresh it, I think they would explore that.
I agree. I think if they could get out from under Castellanos, get a player, and then you're basically saying this player is better than Castellanos. He's not hitting fifth. He's hitting fourth. He's not hitting sixth. He's hitting fourth. Then the rest of the guys will go with Kemp and Marsh. And I think you're going to see Kemp, Marsh in left, Crawford in center, and then you would have this other guy. That would be the ideal situation if you could. Otherwise, I think Castellanos is there, and then Crawford in center, Marsh, Kemp in left field the rest of the way here. But let's talk about Kemp. What is Kemp?
That's a great question. I think that he is a fine short-term solution. Like, if you have somebody that you like from the left side, I think Otto Kemp playing 2 times a week, 3 times a week, maybe it works. You can bounce him around a couple different positions to do it. I don't think that Otto Kemp's an everyday guy. I don't think he's a future middle-of-the-order impact bat. But he's done a nice job. I mean, look, he's early on in his career. He's doing a nice job. He cleared 700 OPS for the first time last night. He's brought some life to a team that needed a little bit of a youthful jolt. So I give him a lot of credit, but am I ready to say, like, down the stretch as I try to win a championship, I feel great about him being the right side platoon? Not necessarily, but it's been a promising start.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's given them something. The question will be, if he's the right-handed bat in the platoon, does he hit as well when he's not hitting every day?
I mean, that's one of the key questions. You just don't know how each individual player is going to react to that. You know, Brandon Marsh kind of, I think, got put on notice after that April that he had. And now, to his credit, he's making the most of opportunities even when they're less consistent. You know, it's player to player. You know, it really is.
Would you stick Harper 2 or keep him 3? Do you like the Schwarber Harper?
Well, if Bryce Harper's not going to hit for any power, I really rather hit him 2. Because the on-base skill is still elite, and he's still a good hitter. But if that power component's not part of his game, he really does profile more as a 2-hitter at this point.
I am intrigued, though, that Schwarber has really never had this level of hitter protecting him. Now, What level of hitter is Harper right now? That's another question, right? Were you concerned at all that he didn't play the second game? Surprised at all, or was that expected?
Honestly, I'm a little skeptical of the entire thing with him. I really am. When you asked me, before, when did you think he'd be back? The optimistic viewpoint was maybe sometime in mid-July. Let's be really cautious with this thing, make sure that it's totally out of there. And the more you hear him talk, the more you hear the Phillies talk, it just feels like it's a thing that he's not going to be able to fully move on from this year. It's going to be a tolerance and how do I monitor it and how do I deal with it the best I can? I think Bryce Harper is going to be a net positive in the lineup for them, but is he going to be MVP Bryce Harper this year? I just don't think so. And so my antenna went up a little bit when he wasn't in the lineup last night.
All right, Bob Wankel, how many relievers are in the trust tree?
The trust tree, yes. That's an old school reference, by the way, in case anybody out there didn't pick up on that. But I think it's Kerkering right now, and Kerkering alone. So Matt Strom's out there circling the tree, but he's not allowed in it yet.
He's streaking.
He's going through the quad into the gymnasium. There's nobody else even near the trust tree.
Somebody tweeted this out the other day. I don't know who it was. I can't remember. But that Jordan Romano looks like the guy who should be folding pizza boxes at every pizza shop down the shore. And yet he's pitching the 7th inning for the Phillies. Is Romano, I don't want to say in the circle of trust yet, but is he getting to the point where you can't use him even in that in the 7th inning situation?
I guess the question is, if not him in this moment, then who?
I know, we were grading the offseason moves. This was a couple of weeks ago, and I gave him like a C-. And a couple of people are like, how do you give the guy a C? I'm like, he pitched pretty well like after those first 4 appearances. Like he settled in, but now he's unsettled yet again.
Yeah, I think he's made 33 or 34 appearances now. Most of the damage has come in 9 games. So if you just take out those 9 games, the other 25, he's been great.
Yeah.
Problem is you can't go to a reliever who's going to blow up 25%
in the month of June, though, he had like a ERA under 3, and you're like, okay, maybe he's kind of, and then he's just kind of reflared back up again. But really, his ERA for this season will never look respectable based on those first 4 outings that he had. So he could be almost unblemished the rest of the way. He'll have an ERA in the 6s.
Yeah, he won't crack 5 no matter what. He could be perfect down the stretch. And you don't evaluate him just on that, right? Like you have to look at what does it look like lately. The problem is he just cannot sustain any momentum. And it's really for that reason that I don't trust him.
Tanner Banks. Should I trust Tanner Banks? There was the other guy I wanted to ask you about.
I think as a second or third reliever, it's fine. I don't want to have him taking down key outs in the 8th inning every night, though. The problem is Strom isn't Strom right now. And so Banks' role is more elevated, and it's tough, man. I mean, they absolutely need probably another 3 bullpen pieces, 2 of which I think will come internally. So,
and who are they? The 2 starters?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think
Seth Johnson.
I think when they get to the end part of the year, I think you're going to see one of those lefties transition to the bullpen. So that's one. I think if Abel's here, they're going to give him a shot. I think they're going to give him a shot as a reliever in August if he's here. That's a big if. And then I do think that a guy like Seth Johnson might get another look based on what he showed yesterday. And it's not just the box score, but like you look at the arm and he's interesting. And right now the Phillies have to take flyers on guys who are interesting in their own organization because they didn't go out and address the needs to a acceptable degree in free agency.
All right, Bob Wankel, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat on a Thursday, getting ready for the 4th of July weekend. I'll let you answer our poll question here before we get out of here. Is an Irish goodbye an acceptable way to leave?
No, come on, no. No, I'm not saying I don't do it sometimes, but no.
Right now, 50-50 in the poll question. 50-50 on the Irish goodbye.
It depends who you're with, what's the deal?
Well, college
You on
buddies,
a
they
date?
know. You're on a date. Yeah, you just leave and let the girl hang by herself. College buddies, you get the reputation for the Irish goodbye based on the fact that you do it all the time.
Yeah, well, if you're watching on YouTube, my move used to be I'd sit at the table, I'd go like this. I'd clap my hands, I'd move them apart like that, and everyone knew it was time to go. So
There goes Bob. All right, we'll go out on a high note with that one. Bob Wankel, everybody. Check out the Fighting Words podcast on podcasting platforms. Anthony Sanfilippo and this man, Bob Wankel. Well, what's your highest rated beer? What do you got for us? You got something for
I
us?
don't know. Well, I'm going to go back to the well on the Heady Topper tonight.
The Heady Topper. That's what you sent me. That's what you sent me on Saturday.
Store is carrying, so I'm like, all right, let me just keep grabbing that until I don't see it anymore.
It's a good pick by you. Good one. Well, enjoy it.
All right. Well, we'll see you soon.
See you, man. Bob Wankel, everybody, on a Mike and Bob Thursday baseball chat. 5:26 on your Thursday. It is a happy hour Thursday, happy hour Friday. We're mixing it all into one. I got my happy hour Friday picks for you guys on the other side, including one beer that I ranked as the highest beer I've ever had last weekend. I had it on Saturday. Check out the Instagram socials if you want to find out what that beer is. I'll share it with you guys coming up on the other side. Coming up on the other side, we'll do that. Plus, since it is a happy hour Friday, we still have the Bet365 plays of the day for you. And we'll have a little fun with 4th of July weekend. Next on the Sports Bash, I see some people who have texted in where they're at. What is the traffic like where you are right now? What exit are you listening on? And what is the traffic like? 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash coming up.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
5:33 Sports Bash. Get ready to get out of here. About a half hour left of the week. Hopefully you're all enjoying it. All right, we got text messages coming in. Where are you right now listening to the show? Text us 609-403-0973. Where are you and what's the traffic like? Charles in Port Norris asked if they fixed the Dorset Avenue Bridge. It was stuck closed. That I don't know. I did not hear that. That would be unfortunate. Getting over the Dorset Avenue Bridge would be rough if it was stuck in the open position right now. Tom from the Villa says, I'm in Wildwood leaving. Traffic is a freaking nightmare.
Sounds about right.
Now, why would the traffic be bad leaving Wildwood?
Well, because there are some people who are right now probably going to ShopRite in Rio Grande trying to go fill up for the weekend.
That many people that you can't move?
Might be.
How to make a run up the expressway. It's ugly. Packed from the tolls on towards the shore. Oh, and the Farley rest stop is out of gas. Well, that I can't confirm either. But if that's the case.
That's a poor planning job by
good
somebody.
Grief.
I mean, first of all, how are you a gas station and you're like, hey, man, 4th of July weekend's coming up. We better make sure these tanks are loaded.
Jeez.
Like, who's the guy who thought, hey, we got enough
Hey, listen,
gas?
again, I can't confirm that to be accurate, but take it with a grain of salt. It could be the possibility that if you need gas, you might be SOL.
Now, really quick, who's more to blame in that situation? Is it the gas station who didn't have enough gas, or is it the person who didn't say yesterday, I might need to get gas for my trip tomorrow? Who do you blame more?
No, I don't blame the person. You assume that the gas station is going to have gas.
All right. So the gas station, big bad.
Yeah, like there's a lot of times like, now I know it's not that crazy busy, but you don't ever take into account that the gas station is going to be out of gas.
True.
And I don't know that that's the case. I don't want to say that they are. I'm just going off this text message here. I have no idea. Where are you right now? Let us know and tell us what the traffic's like. 609-403-0973. Let's see what else we got here. This one says exit 100, heavy traffic. 100 is pretty far up the expressway there.
Yeah, that's like
a parkway.
It's like Neptune.
Yeah. Andrew from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, says the traffic is back to back on Route 1. Now, I've been on Route 1 in Delaware. That traffic's awful. Awful.
That's rough.
You're sitting in that for the night.
At least.
Evan from Little Egg Harbor just got on the expressway at Deptford going east towards Atlantic City. 20-mile delay, back bumper to bumper traffic. Oh. Where are you, and what's the traffic like? I live in Summers Point. Don't go down Bethel near ShopRite. There are shoobies everywhere. That is Jeff from Summers Point. What is a shoobie, Jeff? No, I'm just kidding.
Listen,
Don't go down Bethel.
Listen, this is the protocol.
Man. I am.
I'm telling you right now, this is what happens all the time. Every single major summer weekend. Person gets to their shore house. They walk in the house. They unload the car. And they walk in and they realize nothing is in the fridge. So you know what they say? Load up back of the car. We're going to ShopRite. We're going to Acme. We're going to wherever we're going.
Guys, Ventnor is madness right now. There's no gas stations on the island. That causes the insanity. Yeah, I can jive with that. I have tons of gas. I like that one. I have tons of gas. He had sausages in North Wildwood today. That'll cause gas, right?
Cause something.
Definitely. Text us right now, 609-403-0973. Where are you listening? What exit and what's the traffic like? Evan from Ocean View. It's down in Cape May Courthouse, right? Or Cape May County.
Cape May County, outside of Seattle.
Traffic is a mile long to get off 55 exit 24 for Tuckahoe Ocean City. Go Phillies. So that's if you're coming from like the back way through 55 to 47.
That's how
to
I
get through
get
like
here
Rio
every day.
Grande, right?
That's how I come.
What if you're coming north on the Parkway right now? You okay?
That's a good question. Like when I was coming north this morning, it was okay. Like it wasn't crazy, but like you could tell there were people who were maybe not as local as I am. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, can somebody give me a traffic report coming northbound on the Parkway from like Wildwood, Middle Township, north?
Who was the guy from Ocean View?
Evan from Oceanville. Traffic is a mile long to get off 55, exit 24. Yeah.
Evan, thanks for the warning. That's how I have to go home.
Yeah, but you should be fine going the opposite direction, right?
Well, so like it's the idea that like as long as there's no cross-pollination, you know what I mean?
Where are you listening right now? You're sitting in your car, you're in traffic. Where are you? What exit? And what's the traffic like? I need these answers. I have to have them. And I also would ask, why do you do this to yourself?
Well, like for example, so there's a rule for me, which is during major summer weekends, when we lived on the islands, we would never leave.
Right.
But if you live off the island, the mainland, you never go on.
You never enter. I always have a famous, not famous, but a funny moment. So my family, we grew up in Margate, like a block from the beach, okay? So we had, my grandmother's house was right there.
Perfect.
So we used to always, that's where like the whole family would go.
Yep.
In the summertime. This was back when I was, this was years ago. I forget where, I was probably working here. I have no idea. I got tickets for a concert that my aunt really liked the band. Might have been Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That sounds like a good concert.
And I said, hey, I got you tickets to the Earth, Wind, and Fire show. And she looked at me with a straight face and said, Michael, I appreciate the tickets, but I just can't move my car. In other words, I'm not going to that concert because I have a parking spot on the street and I'm not moving.
Yep. Smart woman.
Yeah, I am. Let's see. I just drove from Wildwood to the Delaware Memorial Bridge, 47 to 55 to the back Cowtown Rodeo. Smooth sailing. Josh, spend the night at the station.
I prefer not to.
Yeah.
I get to sleep in tomorrow.
Holy mackerel. All right, so let us know where you are on the where you're listening on the Parkway Expressway, what exit you're at, and what the traffic looks like. If you can give me a picture, that'd be great. You know, if you're listening at like the Farley Plaza, you're going through the tolls there. You want a picture of
the no gas?
Forget the no gas. I want to see what the cars look like piled up, waiting to go through the toll plaza right now. Yeah.
Like do like a wide shot up top.
Just give me a picture, somebody.
That'd be great.
If you can send me what the picture of the traffic at the Farley Plaza looks like right now. That I would enjoy. All right, I'll give you. So I told you this Saturday, I had the highest rated beer that I've ever had. Oh, you've been intrigued by this for 3 hours?
I've been waiting for 3 hours for this explanation, Mike Gill. I better be getting it now.
Yeah. Well, the beer that you got me, which was, what do you call it?
A Menacori.
That's
the Gusto, the Seed collab.
Right. So you brought me one of those. I had that a couple weekends ago when we were doing the On the Porch show, which you can watch on the YouTube channel. We sit on the porch and we watch the Phillies.
Pretty simple concept.
Very simple. We've been getting a ton of reaction on it. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel and watch the On the Porch show at Mike Gill Show and on the X platform. So we were watching the game on the back porch, and we basically watched the game and sample a couple beers. Tried the Anemacori that day. Very good. Very good. That's at Gusto, right?
Yes, a Menacori.
I went to the Seed on Saturday. And Timothy messaged me on the Untapped ad. He says, I was listening to you on the radio. Should have guessed the Seed for your highest ranked local beer. Yes, Timothy. I had the beer called A Little Place to Rest. And I will go on right now and say it might be, well, currently it is the highest rated beer that I have ever had in the Untapped app.
That's crazy.
It was dynamite. And I have 2 6-packs waiting for me for this weekend,
Beautiful.
4th of July. That will be spending time with me.
I like it.
A little place to rest. Now, the interesting part about that is they have a beer called A Place to Rest, which is the higher ABV version, which is also very good. But this one, A Little Place to Rest, it's only 3.7. Now, that's not up a lot of people's alley, but I don't need a high ABV. I'm not like looking to get like loopy here.
Right, that's right.
This is more like, hey, I can go hang out there and have enjoy myself and not worry about like, hey, this one's got 8.7 and I can't go and do anything afterwards. So that beer at the Seed, if they still have it. Now, when I went there, people were coming in and buying that off the out of the cooler like all day long.
Like this traffic down here.
It was insane. I was like, that thing had a full cooler of that beer. By the time we left, the thing was half empty.
By the way, did you see the message from Charles in Port Norris? He sent us the reason why the Wildwood traffic is so bad. Apparently, there's a sinkhole on 347.
That's unfortunate.
Can you imagine being the person thinking, oh, I'm going to make it to the shore in great time, and then you're standing there and you're like, why are we going so slow? Then you get to a point you're like, oh, that is why.
So how long is that going to take?
Longer than you want to know.
So check that out. Little Place to Rest, the Seed, Atlantic City. Check that out. I don't know if they still have it, but if you're going to be in Ocean View, check out Myers Lighthouse. The beer was Anniversary IPA. They had it a couple of weeks ago for their anniversary. Their anniversary party was last weekend. So I don't know if they sold out of it or not, but the Anniversary IPA was very good.
Well, considering I'm not going to the island, maybe it's a smart opportunity for me to slide in on the mainland, the Myers, right?
Like that one a lot. The Anemacori, Gusto, if you get a chance, Gusto. So that's way down there by the ferry.
Yes, but still on the mainland.
Yes.
By the way, Josh from K-May says, I recommended Menacori to you guys. I'm so pumped.
He did do that. If you are in the area, the back roads out at Buna Connection, had that one a couple of weeks ago. Enjoyed it. Very good spot, by the way. Check that out. I did like, if you're going to the store and you're just looking for something for the beach this weekend, try the 30-minute Dogfish. Very light, very crisp, very beachy. You can go Beach IPA.
Okay.
It's called the 30-minute light IPA. It's only 4%, very light, little beach time. There you go. Check that out. What else do I got for you guys on this happy hour Friday on a Thursday show? I'm going through my list here. The Place to Rest, by the way, the other version of that beer, I gave that a 4. That's actually 6.8, so it's not crazy. What else I got here for you? I
got one for you. I'll throw it to the audience. Maybe not as much for you, Mike, but the last time I was over at Slack Tie Brewing, they have this brew called Flounder Pounder.
Oh, I've seen that.
It's an American lager, so it's not really an IPA, but I got to say, it was way better than I expected. I gave it a strong 4.25 on the Richter scale. Like, it's one of those things that you drink it and you look at it and you're like, this is better than I expected.
The Flounder Pounder. I like that one. All right. 609-403-0973. You had the one you told me about at Myers Lighthouse. What was that one called?
Let me scroll down. Middle of the Day IPA.
Middle of the Day. I enjoy that because I'm a big fan of the hole-in-one that they have there, which is hit or miss whether they have it sometimes, but I like the hole-in-one, but the Middle of the Day is very similar to it. It's a very similar
4.6.
but it's a lot lighter. See, I like a lighter, in the summertime, I like a lighter beer.
4.6.
Yeah, 4.6 I like. You got fireworks tonight in North Cape May?
Are there?
I guess so. I don't understand the
I'm not a
concept.
fireworks guy.
I am definitely not a fireworks guy, number one. Number two, I don't get the idea of when the 4th of July falls on a Friday, why you just wouldn't have the fireworks on the Friday.
Good question.
I mean, you get the rarity of having the 4th of July only, every 7 years on a Friday. So that's the money shot right there. You don't need 4th of July fireworks on a Thursday.
Right.
You got Friday. Bad job. Now they say, well, everybody's doing them on Friday. So what? So do yours. Let them do theirs.
Thanks to Tom from the Villas for letting us know.
Mm-hmm. All right, so happy hour Friday. If you're driving down right now, let us know what exit you're at, what the traffic looks like. Take a picture, send it into the text board, 609-403-0973. Also, if you have a happy hour Friday, give me something good for the weekend. What should we try this weekend? I gave you a all-time slammer.
Yes, you did.
Check that out. All right, when we come back, it's today's Bet365 Play of the Day. Coming up next.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The seafood, extraordinary. The value, tremendous. The sunsets, on the house. It's Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant. Dine indoors, on the deck overlooking the bay, or watch the game at Sliders Bar with a new baseball-themed sliders menu. Enjoy delicious seafood, including Yuri's famous all-you-can-eat crabs, tropical summer cocktails, and daily specials. Yuri's has a kids menu and an arcade. And next to Yuri's is the Boathouse Restaurant. 2 great ways to experience the Jersey Shore's best waterfront dining. Yuri's and the Boathouse at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood.
All right, time to get out of here. Bet365 play of the day. How'd we do last night, Josh?
You nailed it. Blue Jays, Yankees, over 8.5. It was 11-9. Blue Jays won.
Felt good about that one. Feel good about this one, too. Mercury, minus 11.5 against the Wings. And I'm going to go Mets tonight. Peterson against Jose Quintana. Put them together. What do you got? Plus 205. $10 pays you $30. Thank me on Monday.
Just double check. So you're taking the Mets straight up.
Mets straight up.
Got it.
Mercury, minus 11.5. That's my Bet365 play of the day. Got some text messages coming in. Got it. Somebody sent us a picture of
the traffic on the
Where
expressway.
was that?
That's the expressway.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that. Just past the rest stop toll, the picture is brutal.
That's scary.
I mean, is it really necessary to have to be here on Thursday?
Some people came down yesterday.
Just get up early tomorrow morning and come down. Like, you needed to get here today and sit in that? No, thank you.
By the way, shout out to Jack Cape May Courthouse. He says, North Cape May always does the fireworks the day before Wildwood because the people there want to go to Wildwood to watch the fireworks.
Yeah, you stagger them. Atlantic City does the fireworks, Tropicana and Borgata the same night, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Pretty sure.
It's a wild show.
Margate, I know they're all beach towns, maybe a little different as opposed to a non-beach town.
I know Sea Isle and Ocean City stagger from each other.
Hey, have a safe 4th, everybody. Back on Monday, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.